Hey everyone, how are y'all? Cheryl, how are you? Hey White Widow baby, Sinful Butterfly, how are you tonight? Hey L'Oreal, how are you? Hey Aaron, how are you? Okay, I can already tell that the live chat is going to be a pain in the butt tonight. Hey Sandra, how are you? Boone, how are you tonight? Hey, hoping for answers. Glowbug, how are you tonight? Does the background look alright, White Widow baby? I had to change it. I was getting tired. I love the beach and everything, but I needed something different. Hey Michelle, Cool Gamer, how are you? Thank you, Sinful Butterfly. I just kind of did it like 5 minutes before I went live. So I may work on another one because that one's just a plain background. Hey, Justine, how are you? Country Chickens, how are you? Boone, thank you very much. Hey, Sweet Pickles. Hey, Pickle Me Elmo, and thank you. Michelle, yes, ma'am, I'm doing good. Thank you. I may keep the background and just add something to it. It's just, there's nothing on it. It's just pink, sparkly things. L'Oreal, yeah, I'm doing good. Thank you. Just Ann, thank you so much for becoming a member for 1 month. And she says, love everyone. And I am so sorry. And just Ann, don't worry about it, honey. You have nothing to apologize for. The background gives it a pop. I may keep it White Widow Baby and like I said, just add something to it. Sweet Pickles right now, I'm just doing it like I have it, just, for privacy reasons. D, how are you? Michelle, I was trying to add something because pink is one of my favorite colors as long as it's sparkly like that. But I was trying to add something black to it, uh, you know, to make the black part of it pop out. But I couldn't get anything to look right on it, so I'm just gonna have to work with it. Hey, Lori and CJ, Bryan R, how are you? It's just plain right now. I need something because it kind of looks boring. I don't know. I may change my little icon thing too to make it all match. I was trying to do a country sunset, but I didn't have anything I liked. Anything but rain or so. Just saying, I am so sick of rain. Oh my god. It has rained here so much. Last night it was supposed to storm. Thank God it didn't. I'm sick of it. And like I said, I like the beach and everything, but I was kind of getting tired of that background. Needed something different. Okay, all right, y'all. So email is pinned to the top of the chat if anyone needs to get in touch with me about anything. Thank you, Sweet Pickles. Hey, Julie, how are you? Hoping for answers. It was 67 this morning when I woke up. It is 47 now. It literally, the temperature dropped today from 67 down to the lower 50s. It got cold quick. Thank you, Lori. Hey, Stone Gator, how are you? I've missed you. Love the background. It snowed here. Oh, I did see where y'all were getting snow out there. Y'all can keep the snow though. I hate snow. Hey, Teresa. See, I'm grade school. No, son officially made the varsity baseball team. Brian R. That is awesome. Tell him that I said congratulations. 103 degrees American here in Melbourne. Oh wow, that is hot musical. Hey, Mar. How are you? Milo is saying hi to everyone. He is being like super loud right now. Hey, Vaughn, how are you? I don't know why he does that. He's just sitting at my bedroom door, being like all extra. Mara, no, honey. Hopefully, though, you won't be in there too much longer. Let's see. We have tornado. Teresa, what state are you in, honey? He's got your cat's attention. Let's see. Heart monitor back today. 2 days, everything good. Doctor was happy. In my eyes, good. No glaucoma. That's good. Cataracts haven't moved. Respirologist and I have asthma, not COPD, and they're coming. They're gonna. Well, there is some good news in there, Cheryl. Yeah, he is in here. Well, Troll got him and put him outside. Uh, Beavis is in here, like passed out. He didn't even flinch when Milo was in here making all that noise. He needs a girlfriend. Got two little females here. Need a boyfriend. Julie, we have 3 male cats, and there's a bunch of cats from up the road that the neighbors have that I believe are females, and they like to come down here and play with the cats. I don't think they're old enough to breed yet. They're still like tiny, but they like coming down here playing with Milo and all them. Oh, my doggy woke up when they heard the kitty. My doggies love. Did everybody see the picture I posted today of Milo and Klaus? Hey, musical. That's like an everyday thing for them too. They always sleep together. All right, y'all. Please make sure that y'all hit the thumbs up on your way in if y'all haven't done so already. I do want to let y'all know that uh, after tonight's live, I will be getting together some stuff for Madalena Kojakari. I want to start working on her case. I believe. Okay, thank you, Stone Gator. Um, I believe somebody, I guess, had a rumor going around that she had been found, but she hasn't been. And they ended up bringing dogs back to her parents' house today. So I'm gonna start getting all my stuff together. I may put a video out just to kind of get everybody caught up on what's going on. Right? Yeah, she hasn't been found. I don't even know where that rumor started, um, but there was a thing that came out on the news tonight. They were saying no, she hasn't been found. They brought the dogs in, um, but I may do a video to try to basically lay out from start to now with her case. Um, and then we're gonna start. I'm gonna keep up with the Kohberger stuff and Idaho 4 and all that. Um, but I need, like, there's other cases out there that we need to uh, put attention to. So I'm gonna start with hers. I'm also gonna keep up with the Nicola Bully stuff because there's some stuff going on with that one too. Have no cats, but cats come into my yard from other houses to start a cat fight club. Ours fight a little bit around here, but they're not too bad. Post office Prince, how are you? Hey, Yorkie Mama. Still have a lot of questions regarding some stuff that's been coming out with Bryan Kohberger. Um, Especially these sources that are coming out, putting this information out um, about some certain things. This best friend of Ethan's coming out saying stuff. I actually have an article that I'm gonna read here in a minute because I literally have some questions about it. Hey B, how are you? JJ, how are you? Hey Sima and Post Office Prince, you're very welcome. Because a lot of the stuff that the PCA says, and then what these sources or friends or whatever they're supposed to be, they're coming out saying something completely different. White Widow Baby, do you have the link to the Facebook group? Mar, I was literally about to say hi to Nightbot after you posted that. Some channels recommended on my YouTube feed, they are really not truthful or good. White Widow Baby, I think she's wanting the regular uh, Facebook group link. Yeah, Mar, I seen you say great to see you, and I was literally about to say hi to that person. Hey, Sudie, how are you? Happy Cactus, how are you? See, I'm a little frustrated with the O-Train nightmares. It's really got me scared. Sorry, I don't want to ruin anyone's day. It just makes me. Yeah, I know. It's a lot to um, it's a lot to take in and process, really. Hey, Pin Dizzy, how are you? All right, now let me grab this and pull it up for y'all. So, like I said, there is something in this article that I have questions about. So I was just needing a good laugh, and I got it. More, you're fine, honey. Okay. All right, y'all. So this is was put out by the New York Post, and it says that the unknown best friend called 911 after finding Idaho student Ethan Chapin murdered, not roommate Dylan Mortensen. The post office prints, yeah, I heard that he found him, checked his pulse, and then hollered for, "Hey Stevie, how are you?" And then hollered for them to call 911. Lynn, how are you? Loss, I just want to say you have a great channel, great chatters. I feel comfortable here, and there's not many chats I feel comfortable in. Thank you for having me. Teresa, you are very welcome, honey. We love having you here with us. Now, one question, what like Post Office Prince was saying, he checked his pulse. Hey, Emerald Queen, how are you? Um, it seems like he would have. I get it's a natural reaction to check someone's pulse. I get it, but it seems like he would have seen all of the red stuff around. Um, I still wonder why though he wanted, like, why did he grab Dylan's phone to call 911? Was it whenever he hollered for her, um, either her or Bethany, either one, but when he hollered for them to call 911, was it because they were just so frantic and didn't know what to do, so he grabbed the phone from them to call? Or did he not have his phone with him, or what? All right. How many cell pics did friends take of that? Pernell, I'm pretty sure there was pictures taken. Hey, Werewolf Queen, how are you? DM, how are you? Um, it wouldn't surprise me. Now we don't know who all was there for sure, but it wouldn't surprise me that at some point these pics don't get leaked. And that's sad to say, but I'm sure there was some taken. Okay, so the article says here that the best friend of one of the murdered University of Idaho students found his pal stabbed to death in bed, then called 911, rather than one of the surviving roommates in the house, according to the report. Molly, how are you? So it says News Nation reported Wednesday that Ethan Chapin was found dead in the bed with his girlfriend Xana Kernodle by a longtime buddy who went as far as to check his pulse before calling 911, according to the sources. That's what I have a question about. Jody is cool. How are you? Why is this person saying that, which Ethan could have very well been found in the bed because, Werewolf Queen, thank you. It was never stated in the PCA where he was found at, just that he was seen in the room. But it did say that Xana was on the floor. So once again, we're getting like different stories. PCA is saying on the floor. This person is saying they were both in the bed. So it says Chapin and Kernodle, both 20, were killed November 13th in the knife attack, along with friends Madison Mogan, 21, Kaylee Gonzalez, 21, at their off-campus home in Moscow, Idaho. Now, it had been previously reported that the phone of Dylan Mortensen, 21, who survived the attack alongside Bethany Funk, was used to call the police almost 8 hours later after the slayings happened in the early hours. News Nation withheld the name of Chapin's best friend, but said that they were the one who used Mortensen's phone to make the phone call. So Mortensen had come face to face with the killer on the night of the murders, telling police that she saw an unknown figure clad in black clothing and a mask walking past her towards the home's rear exit just after 4 a.m. A police affidavit reads that Mortensen described the figure as 5'10" or taller, male, not very muscular but athletically built with bushy eyebrows. The male walked past her as she stood in a frozen shock phase. So the male walked towards the back sliding glass door. Mortensen locked herself in her room after seeing the male. So it was another 8 hours before the alarm was raised to the cops, with sources saying Mortensen went into shock after the encounter. She was scared. She was scared to death, and rightfully so. Shannon Gray, a lawyer for victim Kaylee Gonzalez's family, told Fox News. The guy had just murdered 4 people in the home. But apparently, hey, Anthony, how are you? Apparently, she didn't know what it went on. Now, if she would have seen it happening and he didn't know that she's seen it, if he would have walked by her and had a knife in his hand and she saw that, or if he walked by her and had blood all over his face, because I'm sure that's all she could see was the eyes, the bushy eyebrows, that area of his face, I could understand her being scared and all that. I still think she should have called 911, but Lisa, hey, how are you? And welcome to the channel. But at the same time, if she would have seen anything like that, blood on him, a knife, or she walked in and seen what was going on. Hey, pie in the sky, how are you? Uh, that is understandable to be scared. But I do remember when Shannon Gray made this comment saying she was scared to death, rightfully so. The guy had just murdered 4 people in a home. It's almost like he's trying to say, without just coming out and saying it, Nomad Life, how are you? That she knew what had happened that night. That's why she was scared when this guy walked by her, and that's why she locked herself in her room. That's why she was frozen and all that. So that would make sense. I do get that some people, whenever they're in shock, they don't think clearly. That could be the reason why she didn't call 911. I don't know. Hopefully, we'll find out though on June 26th. Uh, I still have questions though about why the PCA is telling us one thing and these sources are all of a sudden coming out after 3 months and telling us something completely different. Okay, and I think the rest of this article we've done heard several times already. It's just the same information as all the other articles. Bryan Kohberger, a PhD student at nearby Washington State University in Pullman, he was arrested in December after a multi-state manhunt and charged with a quadruple murder, but has indicated that he will plead not guilty when he is arraigned later this year. Okay, and then it says Morton allegedly called out to her friends to quieten down as the murders were taking place, believed that they were partying, and that's coming from News Nation. That was previously reported. The delay by Mortensen and other surviving roommate Bethany Funk in notifying authorities puzzled investigators, and an Idaho law enforcement source told the Post, saying police weren't sure if it was an issue of intoxication or of fear. Neither was ever considered a suspect in the case. Thank you, Sweet Pickles, and we love having you here with us. Okay, affidavit says DM did not state that she recognized the male, right? The lead officers, this led officers to believe they left. Why not just ask her? How would she recognize someone in a mask? What would that mean he left? I guess because he was walking towards the back door, they might have thought he left at that time. I don't know. If she seen him going into the kitchen, assuming he was leaving, she goes in her room and locks her door. I mean, he could have came back through the house and her not even know it. Let's see, could DM be scared or thought she'd get in trouble, feel guilty for telling people getting murdered to shut up, stalling her to make the call? I mean, it should have been like, hey, I opened up my door. I yelled at them to be quiet because I thought, they had invited people over and they were still partying upstairs and they were waking me up. I really didn't know what was going on up there. I didn't know that was happening at the time. Brum Runner, how are you? I honestly don't think anybody would have held that against her. I really don't. But when someone's getting murdered, especially if there's two people in one bed, it seems like when it's happening to the first person, it's the other person in the bed is going to wake up and they're going to start screaming and all this. I understand her saying that she thought she heard Kaylee playing with H-Town Finest. How are you? It's understandable she thought she heard Kaylee playing with Murphy. I'm sure that was, if that's what Kaylee was doing, she's probably heard that same sound, the way she plays with him. Might have heard the dog barking, might have heard Kaylee laughing, so she might have knew that is what was going on, is that Kaylee was playing with him. But the crying coming from Xana's room and all that, if Xana's watching Ethan getting attacked, you would think that she would be crying, probably screaming. And then if she's fighting this guy back for her life, it seems like she would be screaming. Has anyone seen reports from a neighbor, a chef, lives, but not a student of he TikTok knife skills has? Lisa Ann, yes, that is Enon Harsh. We call him the creepy neighbor. Yeah, I've seen, there's a lot of different things about him. He has actually admitted that he wandered into his neighbor's house party, and while he was there, he talked to Ethan, Xana, and Kaylee. He didn't say that he talked to Maddie, but he did follow Maddie on social media. And then he came out and did a bunch of interviews. said that he was famous, and then all of a sudden he jumped up and left and went to San Francisco. Do you think if you seen someone walking by with a mask on, you would call one? I don't get it. Teresa, yeah. If I seen a man in my house at 4 o'clock in the morning, I would call 911. Because what don't make sense about that is if she thought that there was guests over there and they were having a party, which is also understandable. Kaylee and Maddie had been out at the bar earlier that night. Ethan and Xana were over at Sigma Chi at a party. It's understandable to think that they came home and continued partying, invited people over, and this and that. That's completely understandable. But if that's the case, and I'm living in a house with 4 other girls, and I'm thinking they're having a party, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, they wake me up. I'm hearing all these weird noises of crying and all this and that. And then I look at my door and I see a man at 4 o'clock in the morning walking through my house with a mask on. Why would this dude be wearing a mask if he was at a party? Hold on, y'all. I gotta catch back up. Enon Harsh has a weird YouTube channel where he does yes, musical. Him and his fire sticks. Personally, believe that the neighbor Enon Harsh stalked from the food truck and BK was already in the house. Now, DM, you do know that there was a guy at the food truck that looked a lot like Enon Harsh. He had some, I don't know what them things are called. Are they called ponchos or something like that? I don't know if that's exactly what they're called, but there was a guy at the food truck during the time that Kaylee and Maddie was there that did look a lot like Enon Harsh. Now, I don't know if it was him or not. He had a lady with him. He really didn't talk to anybody while he was there that we saw him on the video. Basically, got his food and he left. And he actually left before Kaylee and Maddie did. He has set up the room for the crumb. Okay. Hey, Tad, how are you? He said he was there on a lab on accident. Okay, if you saw a murder, you would be scared for your own safety. Why wasn't she scared for her? And Bethany's safety doesn't add up. There's a lot of things, but we also have to remember, and I even have to keep reminding myself to think about this. The PCA doesn't tell everything. It only tells enough to obtain an arrest warrant. So hopefully, once June 26th gets here, we get to hear all the evidence and everything. I'm hoping it makes sense then. Because just there's so many things I don't understand. It's like I said with the sources. All of a sudden, these sources are coming out and they're telling all these different things, and what they're telling is completely different from what the PCA tells. Like, I want to believe the PCA. I know you cannot do a probable cause affidavit to get a search warrant and it all be lies in the PCA. Obsessed for Disneyland, how are you? But then I also have to think that Moscow Police Department told us a lot of things all the way up until the PCA came out that wasn't true. Like, they knew from the very beginning when they talked to Dylan and Bethany that Dylan was not sleeping on that first floor. See, when you take apart the PCA, it's surprising that it was enough. Yeah, Obsessed for Disneyland. Thank you so much for the super sticker. That was very nice of you. Thank you. Let me go back to this. And Nomad Life, yes, that is true. That the PCA is very confusing because you would think that they would put it in chronological order as the events happen, but they didn't do that. They would put one time in it at the beginning, and then they would go down a little bit further, and then they would put something in there that happened earlier. And it wasn't in order, and it made it very hard to follow. It just would have been a lot easier to do it the other way. Someone mentioned on a live an hour ago that if Enon Harsh was involved, he would have planted the sheet after the fact and realizing they did something bad. I guess what BK asked if anyone else was arrested. I don't know. Starting to get strong vibe. Bethany was not there. Tad, I'm thinking that too. That's another thing. They said from the very beginning that Dylan and Bethany were both out in the community, but they were separate. They wasn't together that night. Some people have said that Dylan was at the football game, which could be true. Um, they never really came out, anybody did, and said where Bethany was at. But then when the PCA comes, oh, well, wait, before the PCA comes out, Dylan and Bethany both made it home at 1 o'clock, which I did say that would seem weird if they wasn't together that night. They just happened to show back up at home at 1 o'clock at the same time. But then when the PCA comes out, then it says that Bethany seen Ethan and Xana at the Sigma Chi house from 9 to 1:45. Well, how could that be true if she was at home at 1 o'clock? So that was one thing that was like not what they used to tell us or what they were telling us. Not to mention both girls sleeping on the first floor, and they told us that like all the way up to the PCA came out. Let's see, what else did they tell us? Oh, in the very beginning, they also were telling us that they knew that Ethan and Xana were at the Sigma Chi house from 8 to 9. Hey, Mandy May, how are you? They knew that Ethan and Xana were at the Sigma Chi house from 8 to 9, but from 9 o'clock on November the 12th till 1:45 that morning, they were trying to retrace their steps. They were trying to figure out where all they had went that night after leaving from the frat house at 9 o'clock. Well, they knew all along that Bethany said she seen them at the party at the frat house. Exactly, Woodbury, and how are you? Xana's dad claims he talked to her at midnight. Xana said that her and her boyfriend were at home and they were watching a movie. So they've literally put Bethany in two places. Hey, Mrs. Kelly, how are you? So they put Bethany in two different places. They put Ethan and Xana at the frat house and at home and at wherever because they were trying to retrace their steps for those hours. So there's been multiple things that we have been told throughout this whole thing. Miss Kelly, yes, ma'am, we are all doing good. Thank you. Hey, William, how are you? And what's crazy is they knew all of this information from the very beginning once they talked to Dylan and Bethany. Hey, Barbara, how are you? I have a question. Did we hear earlier that Ethan's frat brothers often wore masks as pranks? Was Dylan aware of this and didn't think much of it? Trying to remember, Barbara, if I've ever heard about them. Seems like I heard something a long time ago about them wearing masks, but I think that was like, wasn't that like the full face mask that they wore? Toy, how are you? See, I don't think Ellie was trying to piece together that timeline. They had it down, but we were trying to figure it out because Ellie didn't share with us what was going on. So Ellie has been lying from the start, and they had the information. That's what I'm saying. Like they had all of this information. They knew that Dylan was on the second floor. They knew Bethany was the only one on the first floor. They even said from the very beginning that both of the girls was on the first floor and they slept through the whole thing and didn't hear nothing. See, I think scrutinized we would all have strange traits, etc. But he seems as scapegoats. Now be forever guilty stigma. I don't know. There's just there's a lot going on with this case that doesn't make any sense. Like I said, I want to believe the PCA because it is a legal document. Okay, yeah, 1 second. Wait, what up, baby? And I'll slow it down for you. You know, it is a legal document. But then you go back and you think that they've lied to us from the very beginning. So it almost makes it hard for us to believe them. Like if he is the guy, he really did this and he's responsible, then good. They did their job. They got the guy who did this. If there's anybody else out there, I think they need to keep investigating to try to find that person. Um, if not, and he's the only person, then good job. But I don't understand what the point was of them lying from the very beginning. If they were going to lie, why even put any information out at all? Why give us anything? Okay, hold on just 1 second. Let me go in and slow this down. Almost makes you wonder if he did get the internship. CDLE. Okay, I'm just catching up in chat while this is pulling up. Okay. All right, wait, baby. I got it slowed down. If it needs to go any slower than that, just let me know. Okay. See, I wonder did they say both girls were asleep on the first floor to protect them? Just saying they could have, but if that's what they were trying to do, they really didn't even have to put anything out. Just that they're, did they even really have to mention anything about the girls if they were trying to protect them? And Vapor, how are you? They could have just left it as the 4 kids were killed. Uh, I'm sure eventually it would have came out about there being 2 surviving roommates. But if police were going to lie about it, they were lying to protect them, then they didn't really even have to put it out there. Because for the longest, they didn't even put their names out there. So, they could have just kept that part to themselves and not even said anything about them at all. Julie Johnson, how are you? I see Ellie can't lie on the PCA, but they can sure lie to the public doing interviews. I have to believe they lied so that the accused would not know that they were on to him. See, in my opinion, Ellie threw the girls under the bus, saving the ass, or the girls lied from the start. I don't know. Did Dylan tell the police at the very beginning that her and Bethany were in the same room together? Tammy C, how are you? Let's see, I'm afraid that this trial will end up like Murdoch's. It's nothing but a circus. I just hope that if he is the one who did it, and I fully believe that they have the right guy, I just hope that if there is someone out there that helped, that they get that person too, and don't leave that person out walking around. Okay, so different angle. If he didn't do it, how easy should he be able to exonerate himself? His car was out and about, so needs reason or footage of it somewhere else. 410 plus have no DNA to be found in the car. Okay, 1 second, y'all. I need to mute. Okay, let me catch back up here real quick. See, I'm not 100 sold on it just being him or him at all, and I once was convinced. Miss Kelly, I still think there's a possibility that there was somebody else driving the car. But think of this: if Dylan hollered out, let's say Brian's upstairs, Dylan hollers out when what happened to Maddie and Kaylee was as it was happening. That means Brian's upstairs with them. Dylan opens her door because she's woke up, hollers out to keep it down, I'm trying to sleep. And Bryan heard her, then what would be the point? Like, he would have known that there was somebody else in the house. What was the point then of the cops' line to try to protect Dylan and Bethany? I mean, he would have known that there was somebody else in the house. Hey, Nina, how are you? And plus, it was out. Hey, King Scarlet, how are you? It was out how long after the murders happened? Dylan and Bethany's name? Just what, like a couple of days? Okay, if it's Brian, he left. Like he left a knife holder. Well, he also seen her right. Teresa, that's what I'm wondering. Hey, Jan, if he's seen her, because it depends on, and I've even thought about this, and there's a theory from another creator that I also heard. It depends on how far she had her door open, because you can like open your door, but like crack your door and just kind of look out of it like that, and if anybody's on the outside of the door's not open a whole lot. Hey, Scott, how are you? Um, Somebody may not see you. If she's got the door wide open and she's standing in it, you would think he would see her. He literally had to walk right by our door to go to the kitchen out the back door. But the theory was that I did hear, which does make sense if it is true that he has this whole visual snow thing, is those black spots that you get in your peripheral vision. He claimed his left eye was worse. The black spots um, could have been bad on his left side in his left peripheral vision. And okay, White Widow baby, you're good. Go ahead. Um, and Dylan would have been on his left side. If he's leaving from Ethan and Xana's room, going around by Dylan's room into the kitchen out the back door, she would have been on his left side. If the black spots are there and they're messing up and they're messing with his vision and all this and that, um, he could have walked right by her and not seen her. So that is a possibility. I just think that it's weird. She hollers out. He had to have heard it. I don't know if maybe he heard it and he thought that the female voice was Xana or what. Candy, how are you? Let me go back up and chat real quick and catch up here. Okay, was BK in any classes with students who unalived? Lisa, no, he didn't go to. Bryan didn't go to the University of Idaho. He was a student and a teaching assistant over at Washington State University, which was like 7 to 9 miles down the road. Okay, what I'm still trying to figure out is how the golf clubs are involved. Ethan's mom stated their 2 vehicles and the golf clubs are still tied up in evidence. But if y'all remember, though, unless there was another set of golf clubs, the day that they were moving all the personal items out of the house and they were going to give the personal items back to the families, they took some golf clubs out of the house and put in that truck. So I wonder why all of a sudden they want the golf clubs. And Julie, yes, ma'am, I'm doing good. Thank you. Interesting. Let's see. DM does not say she does not give age and shows how little she saw. All right, just not talking, and I've got to the pool party soon for some beer because it's hot as balls here. Okay, y'all, my chat. I'm trying to grab everybody's comments here real quick. The reason I truly believe it's him, if I'm accused of something so horrendous, I would be. Yeah, Mara, that is another thing. He is like super calm. Unless he is just that egotistical to think that he's going to get out of it. He is just super, super calm. I'm like you. If I'm being accused of something, especially if I've been arrested and accused of a horrendous crime like this guy has been, and my life is on the line, I'm gonna be screaming and hollering, and I'm gonna be doing bad up in the courtroom, y'all. I'm gonna be like, y'all got the wrong person. You don't know what you're talking about. I didn't do anything. Like, I'm gonna be doing all that. This dude is just sitting there like, you know, he's good with it all. He worked with him. He knows he's got this in the bag. Yeah. Hey Ray, how are you? I don't know. I just know this, y'all. If he's the guy, then good job for Moscow Police, FBI, everybody that was involved. If there's somebody else out there, they need to keep investigating to be 1000% sure uh, that there's not. But if there is, they need to catch that person too. Hey Joanne, how are you? Um, if it's not Brian, then they need to be figuring out who it was. Because if it's not him or it's somebody else helped him, then that person's still out there walking around. Could very easily do this again. All right, I'm doing good, thank you. Let's see, you mean like Lee Harvey Oswald didn't do much good. I'm telling you, like, I don't know what Lee Harvey Oswald did. I'd be doing bad in the courtroom. I'm telling y'all. If there was a camera in there, I'd be screaming it at the cameras. Hold on, y'all. There was like somebody going super slow by my house. I don't know who that was. Yeah, Candy, there is some people that think that it's not BK, which is fine. Uh, you know, some people at the very beginning of this thought that it was him. Like they were like 1000% yes, it's him. They got the right person, but the more stuff kept coming out, they were like, I don't know. Hey Izzy, and they kind of changed their mind. Exonerated. Let's see. I'd be demanding to be let out, or I would freak out. I would be doing bad for real. We got people creeping around here. Oh, the book. Are you sure you don't know who? No, I didn't say I didn't know who he was. I mean, I didn't know how he acted. Like, I don't know what all he was doing. I really would Stonegate her. I would. I would. Hey, Crystal, how are you? See, I'm always tied up with my mother and missed the first hour. Crystal, that is fine, honey. So you are my nightly indulgence after I get my mom to bed. Alzheimer's is so cruel. Oh, Crystal, I am so sorry. Um, I know that's got to be hard. So many prayers, Crystal, to you and to your mama, because that is you saying that it's cruel. It really is. That is the truth. Okay, y'all. Let me get my next stuff up here. And I don't know why my live chat keeps going back to top chat. But y'all, if I've missed anyone's comments, I do apologize. But the live chat keeps bumping off to top chat. Hey, Paul, how are you? Uh, Izzy, I have been doing good, honey. How about yourself? Let's see. Well, wouldn't he be kicking and screaming? I'm telling you, I would be all up in the cameras, y'all, screaming. They would have to put me in jail because I would be doing so bad. Angelina, how are you? I had a guy wait in front of my house. Be very careful. My teen son and my crazy scared him. Yeah, I don't know who that was that's just creeping down our road, but like there's only 3 houses down here, and I know that that vehicle didn't belong to none of them. They went to the end of the road down here and turned around and left back out, so they should be good. She honestly thought for the last 5 years that Google is trying to destroy YouTube because it is unprofitable for them. Yeah, y'all please keep Crystal and her mama in your prayers, y'all. And Crystal, you don't ever have to worry about coming in late or anything like that. You know, what you've got going on is completely understandable. Is there any new leaks lately? Candy, the last thing I heard was this source coming out saying that it was Ethan's best friend that found him and Xana in the same bed. Even though it's saying that, Xana was on the floor, this person is coming out saying that, they were in the same bed together. So your DNA wouldn't be at the crime scene either. Exactly, Tat. American Princess, how are you? Which, I mean, I'm not going to be going and doing anything like this guy did anyway. But it doesn't matter what I would be, because one thing I hate is accusing me of doing something that I didn't do. Like, I will do horrible if somebody accuses me of something I didn't do. Have you heard that song Pullman Washington released November? It's about a guy that crawls into his crush's window on a snowy day and kills her. Oh, DM, no, I've not heard that. See, have you heard about Bryan? Yeah, Sinful Butterfly? Yes, I actually watched Plunger's video. And do I have a screenshot? Hold on. Let me see. No, I thought I had a screenshot, but I don't. But yeah, there is some people saying that somehow if you have that app, you can like connect to him, and then he has to accept you or whatever. But if you have that app, hey Casey, how are you? Um, you can see like Bryan will have like this little green light that comes on by his name, which means he's online or he's on the phone or whatever it is he's doing. Hunter, I heard his name is who rang 911 call. How many went in and out of the house? Now, Lisa, I will say I think the boy's name is Hunter. They called. There is a Hunter Johnson. Um, that lived next door to the girl's house. Him and his girlfriend did. Him and Ethan were really big friends. Um, okay, thank you, White Widow Baby. Um, he also spoke at the vigil for Hunter. He was in the body cam footage with Kaylee whenever the cops went up there back in August, and he's the zip tie dude is what a lot of people call him. He had the zip ties on his wrist. Um, I they haven't came out and said his name. I do believe that's who it is. It would make sense if Dylan did call him over there. He literally lived next door to the house. Um, she could have called him because he would have been the closest, and he came over to check. But DM does not testify. Her stepmother is an attorney. She probably told her to plead the fifth. I don't know. I'm curious to see if she's going to testify. Let's see. Candy, if it is Hunter, Hunter's girlfriend's name is Emily. But there could be another friend as well that has a girlfriend named Holly. Okay, let me check my email real quick, y'all. Let's see. I need to delete this email and get it out of my thing. Thank you, White Widow Baby. Now, Candy, there could be a friend who has a girlfriend named Holly. There's like so many names in this case, and so many different people. What am I gonna name this picture? Okay, and I got something to show y'all. And I actually, because like all of my pictures that I do screenshots for, I always name them. And this one, I literally had to name someone thinks Bryan is sexy. Like, it's very disgusting. I will tell y'all that what these people said about him, but I'm going to show y'all this real quick. Wait, DM may not testify. Would they believe her testimony anyway? I mean, honestly, H Town Finest, if she does testify, I guarantee you the first thing out of, uh, if she testifies, she'll probably testify for the state. They're going to ask her, were you under the influence of anything that night? I'm pretty sure that Ann Taylor may ask her that too. If the state don't, Ann Taylor's for sure going to ask her, were you under the influence of any alcohol or drugs that night? And then yes, they will pick her apart, because more than likely that's going to be the next question. Why did you wait 8 hours before you call? No, Mad Life. Yes, Emily does look like Bethany, because in the first body cam footage that we watched, that Truth and Transparency had put out from September the 1st, that's when the party was going on, but Maddie wasn't there. But the cops talked to Maddie on the phone. The girl who answers the door, everybody thought was Bethany, because the girl said she doesn't live there. And they were like, oh my God, that was Bethany. She lied, and all this and that to the cops. We'll come to find out it was Emily, which is Hunter's girlfriend, who lives next door. Okay. Let me pull this up. And y'all, my computer is going like super ass slow. That's why I did not go live last night, because my computer wasn't working. So I forgot to let y'all know at the beginning of the live. If I just all of a sudden leave out of the chat, just give me a few seconds and I'll be back in. But unless it completely shuts down on me again, but it was not working last night. So now I've got to go out and buy a new computer. If not, I won't be able to do lives, because if it keeps acting the way it's acting the last couple of days, it's just going to completely quit. All right. So this is the app, and I forgot what the name of it is. Plunder actually said the name of the app the other night on her video. But this is for Bryan. You can see like the little green light down here. That is that shows that he's online. Let's see, my internet is down tonight, running out of data. I don't know what is up with the computer though, because at first I thought it was my internet. But I called the internet company. They said no, everything's fine with it. They tested it, did all that. And it kept, like, it wouldn't do nothing last night. Nothing at all. So I'm just gonna have to end up getting another one, because like I said, if not, it's gonna get to a point where I'm not gonna be able to go live. Okay, I think Moscow needs a new dispatcher. Let's see, there is no jail in the world who lets you go online. I think, like, I remember in Plunder's video, for those who haven't watched it, they do have these little tablets. She said that she's part of a ministry group that goes to the local jail where she's at. It's her, some other ladies from her church, and they go and they speak with the female inmates. And she said that they have these little tablets, like what Bryan would have. And, you can talk to your family. I believe it's email, stuff like that. There's possibility that they could access movies on there, but I don't think they're like fully internet. Like, they can't go to Facebook or YouTube or anything like that. I'm pretty sure it's like there's like a database where they have pre-installed movies or something, that they can watch, but that's probably about as far as it can go. Candy, no, they did not release the 911 call yet. Actually, Whitcomb, as the one who took the 911 call, and they're actually trying to get clarification from the judge as far as the non-dissemination order, if they are allowed to release it or not. It's called Getting Out app. I used it for my brother when he was in. Okay, thank you, Simple Butterfly. So it's called the Getting Out app. I need to write that down. I remember Plunder saying the name of it. I just couldn't remember. Okay. 1 second. Okay. All right, so I got that wrote down. Andrew, how are you? Let's see. Prisoners have rights. My stepson had internet access. Hoping for answers. Okay, so whenever your stepson had internet access, was he allowed uh to like what Facebook, YouTube, any social media or anything like that? Did you connect everything? Yes, King Scarlet. Um, I undone everything from the computer, cut the computer off, restarted the internet, called the phone company. They tested it on their end, tested my computer, and they're telling me it's the computer. So it's been nothing but a pain in the butt. See, I wonder how you verify who you are. I don't know, but you can do it. The the app, and I want to say I seen somewhere where they had requested to talk to Bryan or whatever, but he didn't accept it. So I don't know if anybody can, because it does say contact request. So I don't know. No, born in prison. See the oh, Jen, girl, I've done all that. See, he had email, not sure about social media, but that was years ago. Okay. Because I remember Plunder when she was talking about it. And y'all, Plunder is awesome. Um, I don't think that she would give out any wrong information or anything like that. And she was saying that she was talking to the female inmates where she was at, and they were telling, yeah, they did have uh, email. Um, was it Plunder? It might have been Plunder, Simple Butterfly. I just remember somebody saying that they requested, but Bryan didn't accept it. So it could have been her. Um, but I remember her saying that she had talked to like the female inmates and they were telling her all about it and what they could do. Like I said, it could possibly have like preloaded or they loaded like movies onto it for the inmates or something like that. But I don't think it goes past that. I don't think there's going to be like any type of social media or anything like that. See, I thought Dylan said she saw the masked bushy eyebrow guy and froze. How can you freeze if you think he's just there to party? Millennial, I don't know. That's a good question. Uh, Banfield had a segment tonight about the tablets for prison. L'Oreal, do you know how long her video was about it? If it's not too long, I might play it if it explains, uh, what the tablet, how the tablets are, and all that. Okay, y'all. Seventh row, how are you? Plunger is awfully good. I keep wishing she'd release more videos because of all the hers are pretty informative. Yeah, but Toy Plunger is really good. I really like watching her videos. I don't get a whole lot of time to watch a whole lot of other videos, but usually when I see hers, because hers aren't really that long, I usually try to watch them. Okay, the freeze part makes no sense if she thought it was a party. Exactly, millennial. But like I said, they haven't came out with all the information. All that wasn't put in the PCA. So she might have told him that she saw the knife. She saw blood on his face. Something else may have been said by Dylan to make it make sense of her freezing in fear and locking herself in her room. I still don't think that there's any excuse, though, of why she didn't call 911, especially if she's seen a knife. After hearing Xana crying or cries coming from Xana's room, it still don't make sense. Okay, but taking it, yeah. Hey, Red Bull, how are you? Um, there's still no excuse for it though, honestly. Okay, is the app called Getting Out? It's called, yeah, Getting Out app is what someone said. Okay, banned from watching reruns of Prison Break musical. That was a good series, though. Red Bull, you're very welcome. Okay, y'all, I've got to show y'all this, and I also do have the whole payment agreement thing that I want to go over with y'all tonight. But I want to show y'all this real quick. Y'all try not to get sick when I read this. There's some crazy ass women in this world, y'all. I'm just gonna say that. This is what someone posted about Bryan. Okay. She's gonna put a Stone Gator, no, I can see. Uh she's gonna put a trigger warning up. See, yes, my brother has a tablet and the app he uses is Getting Out. Yeah, Julie, that's the same one that Bryan's using. Okay, so it says he is very tall and handsome. He has a high prey drive, and then they thought that was funny. It seems to be rather eccentric and neurotic. I find all this to be extremely attractive. Yes, the passion of the crime, and if he did it, the fact that he did it so fast, ultra masculine with a baby face, are also major turn ons personally. I love his mastermind and his psychopathic tendencies, and the fact that he is really healthy. It's all about self-perseverance. I bet he would be pretty kinky sexually. Basically, it's the full package for me, known and unknown. I can't. All of it's funny except for the high prey drop thing. That's not funny. Like I don't know. I don't know who posted it. This person's a few crayons short of a box. I don't know who posted it. There wasn't a name on it. I just seen it and I was like, I gotta show it. I don't know if it's um, the Britney girl or if it's some other person, but y'all, just hey, Brad, how are you? There's some sick, crazy individuals in this world, for real. Okay, hold on, y'all. I gotta answer something back. Never fails. Once again, I bet y'all can guess who it is that's texting me. Whoever that is needs professional help. Emerald Queen. Yes, they do. Just the things that they say, like they even thought that, like they didn't even put laugh out loud in any of it except for the high prey drive. Like that is just, I don't understand some people, y'all. Okay, some county jails have tablets with internet connection and they can message and be messaged as well as watch movies, play games besides video call. He may have email. He may be able to message with his family and stuff like that. I don't know what all um, it entails, but uh, Plunger and then somebody else that I'd seen that was talking about it on a, I believe it was on one of the Facebook groups. They were saying that during the time, like right around the time that these all these court documents were coming out. Hey Nashville, how are you? And thank you so much. Um, when all these different court documents were coming out, that they were noticing that Bryan would be on there for like 2 or 3 hours at a time. So he could have been talking to his attorney at that time as well. Okay, he can video call, send, and receive pics on that app. I wonder if the Britney girl. I wonder if she knows about this app and has tried to get in touch with him on there, because she claims that she has sent letters to him, but I wonder if it's like letters on this app or if it's letters through the mail. Because Banfield also put out that Bryan Kohberger has been getting threatening letters in the mail, but they haven't. The jail hasn't given them to him. They've kept them, and I think I talked about this. They're going to turn it over to someone with the postal service, and then they're going to like try to track it down where the letter came from. Very poor grammar, obviously not educated, but gets an A for strange crushes. I just I don't understand what people. I I don't if they're being a troll and they're just putting us up here, to be dumb. What is the point? Like it's not a laughing matter. But if they're doing it and they're being serious and they really think of him like this, what the hell is wrong with them? See, I think they take it they read the mail for. Yes, Candy, they do. I think most jails do that nowadays. Like every piece of mail. I was watching a thing the other day. I forgot what show. It was one of the jail shows, but there's a prison show, and they have like four people that work in the jail, and all they do all day long, their entire shift, is sit at a table and go through the mail. That's all they do. Okay, one other thing, real quick. Two, three, four, five. Okay, I want to go over this real quick. Hey, Pippi Longstockings, how are you? All right, I gotta figure out which way I gotta go first. Give me just a second. I'm fixing to pull this up for y'all. I just need to get all this other stuff out of my way. So it's not. Oh, shoot, what the heck? Okay, small town girl, thank you so much for the super chat. And she says solar flares got people's brains all scrambled. Yes. Something's got them scrambled. To say all of that about him. I read someone sent a message to a prisoner about sending a book with dots under words. Yeah, they were talking about like the show that we were watching when they was going through the mail. Like kids would send pictures and where they've drawn and stuff like that, and they said that they would actually like they have to check where the kids have colored because you can hide drugs and all that on that picture. I don't think it would be internet access. I don't think he has a cell phone in there, JJ. Internet access may be limited. Like I said, I don't think it's um, social media or anything like that. Yes, they can also send stuff under stamp. And even that was one thing this person also did. They also take all the stamps off. They will tear the corner where the stamps are at. They will take the stamps completely off because they said that that's like one of the main places that they will hide stuff. Or they'll dip the stamps and stuff. Or they'll soak paper and different drugs and stuff like that. And then they will, once the prisoner gets the letter, they will like tear little pieces off of it and stick it in their mouth and get the drugs out of it. It was weird how they were, how they were talking about all of it and the different ways that, um, they're able to send contraband in. Okay, so I'm gonna go over. Oh shoot, I pulled this up twice. I'm gonna go over this with y'all real quick. It's 7 pages long, but I should be able to get through it pretty quick. Okay. What the wait? Something's not right here. Give me just 1 second. Okay. 1 second, y'all. I'm just answering something back real quick. Why my child has to wait till I get online. Okay, here we go. Let's see. I hate to call that creative because it's so bad, but B, that's what they were saying, that these inmates have gotten really smart and really creative with the way um, that they send, get people to send stuff into them, into the jail. Just the facts. How are you? And you're very welcome. And thank you so much for coming and hanging out with us tonight. Okay, thank you, Emerald Queen. And if I can find the show that me and Troll were watching, I will grab it and post it in my community tab, because it's like they just going through that jail, and I forgot where it was at, um, or through the prison. It was like just listening to when they're talking about the mail, and those four people just literally sitting there for hours. Hey, T Berries, how are you? Those four people just sitting there for hours all day. That's all they do on their shift is go through mail. It's like thousands of letters a day that they have to go through, and they have to check. And it's a very slow process, but everything that they were explaining was really informative. All right, let me zoom this in. This is the Latah County Board of Commissioners motion in order. So this is Commissioner, I can't read what their name is. They have very sloppy handwriting. Jesse Katz, how are you? AD Stewart, how are you? We'll go and say and do it. Jesse Katz, I hate sitting in one spot for a very long period of time. I can't imagine them sitting there for what, an 8-hour shift or 12-hour shift that they work. That's crazy. Hey, Paige, how are you? Okay. Just 1 second. Okay. All right. So it says the commissioner moves that the board approve and sign the Capital Criminal Defense Provider Agreement effective December the 30th, 2022, by and between the County of Kootenai and the County of Latah, Ann C. Taylor and J. Logston. Okay. So, Ann Taylor is his public defender. We all know the J. Logston guy is the litigation attorney. He's actually the one that uh, did that other motion that I went over the other day. Okay, so it just has the signatures: Thomas Lamar, Kathy LaFortune. She must be the one who signed it up here at the top. John Bowman, and then the clerk or deputy clerk. So this was all signed on February the 7th, even though that it was put into place and went into effect on December the 30th. It was all completed on February the 7th. Okay. Dreamcatcher, how are you? All right, so this is the complete agreement. Now, I haven't got to read this whole thing. I just went through for my video earlier today and got the one part out where it did talk about the payments and everything. That's basically all I've read. Hold on 1 second, y'all. Okay. Mar. Thank you. Wait, what a baby. Mar must have hit it by accident. And Dreamcatcher, that was an accident, honey. Mar, she must be falling asleep, y'all. Michael, how are you? Okay, profile suggestions of 2 people doing this crime, so they're going to be people who don't not think Bryan is guilty. Okay. All right. So it says, and this Capital Criminal Defense Provider Agreement, and it'll be from here on out called agreement. And Mara, it's fine, honey. But you have a good night, okay? Get you some rest. She isn't timed. Okay. All right. So it says the Capital Criminal Defense Provider Agreement, or here on after will be agreement, shall be effective beginning December the 30th, 2022, by and between the County of Kootenai, a political subdivision of the state of Idaho by and through the Board of Commissioners, hereinafter Kootenai County, and the County of Latah, a political subdivision of the state of Idaho by and through the Board of Commissioners, hereinafter Latah County. And Ann C. Taylor, attorney licensed to practice law in the state of Idaho and death penalty qualified, first seat in the state of Idaho, with a current address, and it's just Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, and then hereinafter attorney. No, Mara, you're fine. All right, and then it says also Jay Logsdon, attorney licensed to practice law. Attorney licensed to practice law in the state of Idaho and death penalty qualified, second seat in the state of Idaho with a current address, same address in Coeur d'Alene. And then he'll be hereinafter second seat attorney. Okay. And can y'all see this okay, the writing? Bryan is not Brittany's. Yeah, Julie, I know. I heard about the other guy who actually had to have her banned from coming and seeing him. It's really bad when you have a guy who's in jail or in prison and they have to ban somebody from coming to see them. All right, y'all. So while I'm reading this to y'all, can y'all run over there and hit the thumbs up if y'all haven't done so already, please? All right. So it says, whereas the prosecuting attorney for Latah County has brought criminal charges of 4 counts of first-degree murder in which a death notice may be filed, which crime allegedly occurred in Latah County against Bryan Christopher Kohberger, which is the defendant. And whereas Mr. Kohberger is entitled to be represented by an attorney at public expense, and whereas Latah County is desirous of procuring the services of contempt counsel to represent and defend defendant, and a team of death-qualified attorneys must be appointed. Okay. So it says, whereas Kootenai County employs attorney Ann C. Taylor, chief public defender, a licensed member of the Idaho State Bar, and otherwise competent to represent defendant in those proceedings referred to above. Kootenai County, and now I'm not going to read Ann at each end of one of these little paragraphs. It kind of gets annoying. Mary Rose, how are you? They should give him bail and let him go home with one of these women. He'd probably go home with one of them women he'd wish he was back in prison. Okay, and then it also says Kootenai County employs second seat attorney Jay Logsdon, chief deputy public defender, a licensed member of the Idaho State Bar, and otherwise competent to represent defendant in the proceedings referred to above. On December the 30th, 2022, Ann C. Taylor was appointed by Judge Megan Marshall to serve as defendant's court-appointed counsel. And now, therefore, pursuant to the Idaho Code 19-8594, Latah County and Kootenai County and Ann C. Taylor does hereby accept appointment in the above referenced case as defense counsel for the defendant upon the following terms and conditions. Okay, let me get to the page 2. Hey, Nora, how are you? Okay, so this is Article 1, and it's the duties of the attorney. Prank call one of them. He's on his way over with a marriage license. That would be hilarious, Mary Rose. All right, so it says 1.1, the obligations of the attorney. The attorney accepts appointment as court-appointed counsel for defendant throughout the trial stages of the above referenced criminal charges. Defendant shall be attorney's client within the meaning of applicable law, rules, and regulations governing the practice of law in Idaho. Attorney is required to devote such time and effort as is reasonably necessary to meet all state and federal requirements for effective assistance of counsel. There's 1.2, which is the conflicts of interest. Attorney shall inform the court of any possible conflicts under the Idaho Rules of Professional Conduct, Rules 1.7 through 1.11, which we do know that that's where Kara's mom comes in and all that. So 1.3 is the warranty of fitness to practice law. Attorney warrants that he or she is duly licensed to practice law in the state courts of the state of Idaho and is a member in good standing of the Idaho State Bar. Okay, let's see. There's also the general performance expectations. So without limiting the obligations of the attorney set forth elsewhere in this agreement, or by the applicable laws, rules, and regulations governing the practice of law in Idaho, attorneys shall make a reasonable effort to comply with the performance guideline of the criminal defense representation promulgated by the National Legal Aid and Defender Association and incorporated by this reference. Let's see, in the Idaho Code 18-850. Such reasonable effort includes legitimate and articulated reasons for deviating any particular performance guideline. So long as the reasons for the deviation is legitimate and articulated, the deviation will be deemed a reasonable effort to comply with the performance expectations. Okay. Yes, shall please keep the victims and their families in your prayers. Okay. All right, so it says, "Hey, Vinny D, how are you? See, there's got to be more to Dylan's story that just doesn't make sense why she didn't contact law enforcement. I do agree. Before anyone coming over, she's supposedly seeing the perp. Yes, I do agree. Werewolf Queen, thank you so much for that super chat. She says, channel supply fund. Thank you, honey. That was very nice of you. And yeah, I do think that there's more to Dylan's story, but like I said, hopefully June 26th, we'll know what the rest of that story is. Okay, about that was everywhere, not just North Carolina. Okay, that's something else. All right. Okay, let me get back into this. All right, so the capital murder defense expectations. The attorney shall also be familiar with the 2003 ABA guidelines for the appointment and performance of defense counsel in the death penalty cases, standard for capital cases. They should also be familiar with the 2008 supplementary guidelines for the mitigation function of defense terms in death penalty cases. I can't wait for June either. Like, I'm a very impatient person, and I'll be glad when it gets here. I'm still going to do a calendar and count down the days. All right, so it also says that they have to be familiar with the requirements as set forth in the Idaho Criminal Rule 44.3.2. And Vinny D, yes, she's very suspect to me too. And I've actually been saying that from day one. Hey there, Krista, how are you? I think that there's more to this whole thing. And it seems like the more it goes along and the further we get into this, like just more and more little pieces come out about Dylan. All right, and let's see. They also have to be the defense team assembled by an attorney should include, at a minimum, 2 attorneys appointed pursuant to the Idaho Criminal Rule 44.3, a mitigation specialist, and 2 investigators. Let's see, psychiatrists, psychologists, and other experts and support personnel should be added as needed. Lead counsel may seek additional counsel as needed and as approved and appointed by the court. So let's see, how many? Let me go back. Expert support. Okay. So 2 investigators. And the agreement is that the investigators get paid $45 an hour. So investigators are going to be racking up some money too, y'all. I'm great. 3 job interviews tomorrow. Hope they're well, the Krista, you will be in our prayers, honey, that all 3 of the interviews will go good and that you will get, if not all of them, at least one of them. All right, then it says about the support staff. So, adequate support staff is critical to the attorney's ability to render competent assistance of counsel. The parties agree and expect that at a minimum, the attorney will employ support staff services at a level sufficient to allow the attorney to comply with her duties set forth in this agreement. All right, and it says that the attorney may. Okay, so the attorney may determine the means by which support staff is provided. The use of interns or volunteers is acceptable, as long as all necessary supervision and training is provided to ensure that the support services do not fall below the prevailing standards for quality of such services in the jurisdiction. The attorney shall be responsible for the costs and expenses of his or her support staff. Hey, Moonvale, how are you? See, I find this fascinating that the defense guideline filing is only being published. Maybe it's because I'm from the UK and trials happen way more rapidly. Yeah, Casey, because I mean, this has been set uh, since December the 30th, but they're just now, it was finally filed on February the 7th. Hey, Miss Amir, how are you? It's crazy how it's taken so long. And I even figured it up. Let me find my little piece of paper real quick, y'all. Because I had all of these little things figured up on this cost. Okay, so it started December the 30th. That was the day Bryan got arrested. But let's just say it goes from January the 1st. So from January the 1st to June 26th, that's going to be just for what she's making Kootenai County, what Latah's got to pay directly to Kootenai County, $172,800. Roughly. Could be a little bit more because of the extra days. That's a lot of money that Latah County is going to be paying out for this case. It's midnight, getting sleepy. I'll catch y'all. Okay, Candy, you have a wonderful night, honey. Okay. All right, so now there is the insurance. The parties are governmental entities subject to statutory and constitutional restrictions concerning the acceptance of liability. The parties' liabilities are further governed by the Idaho Tort Claims Act. It is the intention of the parties that each will be responsible for and shall at all times during the period of this agreement insure for its own acts and omissions and those of its employees, officers, agents, and contractors. Okay, let me just go up real quick on it. All right, this says the records. So, attorney agrees to maintain accounts and records, including personnel, property, financial, and programmatic records. With sufficient. Hold on, y'all. I can't see it, so I'm gonna have to move it. Give me just 1 second. Shit. For some reason, this page is smaller than the other one. Okay, now I gotta find my spot. Okay, so which sufficiently and properly reflect all direct and indirect costs of services performed in the performance of the agreement for a period of 5 years after termination of the agreement, unless permission to destroy them before the time period is granted by county. Further, the attorney agrees to maintain records which sufficiently and properly reflect all direct and indirect costs of any subcontractors or personal service contracts for a period of 5 years after termination of the agreement, unless permission to destroy them before that time period is granted by county. Such records shall include, but not limited to, the documentation of any funds expended by the attorney for said personal service contracts or subcontracts, documentation of the nature of the service rendered, and records which demonstrate the amount of time spent by each subcontractor personnel service contractor rendering service pursuant to the subcontract or a personal service contract. I hate reading legal documents. Figure out income for 2 years because it won't be a trial. Okay, well, if you just figure up $200 an hour to 40-hour work week, that's $8,000 a week. That comes up to $32,000 a year. I'm sorry, a month. That's $384,000 a year. So hold on, I gotta get a calculator because it's too dang late to be trying to do math. Let's see. Oh shit, that's wrong. Hold on. Oh wait, that ain't right. What the hell? Yeah, my calculator ain't wanting to work right. That's $768,000 for 2 years. That's only for a 40-hour week. 40-hour week, $200 an hour. 200 times 40 is 8,000. $32,000 a month. 192,000. Wait, where's the 192,000? Hold on, y'all. I got too much stuff wrote down on one thing. Oh no, that was for January to June. So yeah, $384,000 a year times that by 2, 768,000. Okay, it's mad, isn't it? The Old Bailey here in the UK moved like Sonic the Hedgehog in comparison. Okay, well, I've seen somebody say hi. America First, how are you? Okay. Okay, so now for the licensing. The attorney will immediately notify the county in writing when it becomes aware that the complaint lodged with the Idaho State Board or any other state where the attorney is licensed has resulted in reprimand, suspension, or disbarment of any attorney who is a member of the defending attorney's staff or working for the attorney. Elliot, how are you? Paid for only time spent in court or working on the case, and she won't be spending 40 hours a week. Elliot, you don't think she's going to be spending at least 40 hours a week on this case? Hold on, let me see what Elliot's. I want to get his opinion on this. Honestly, I think she's going to try to get his, because anything over the 40 hours that she works is going straight in her pocket. So I think she's going to do her best to get as many hours out of this as she can. Okay. All right, let me go up on this right here. See, no way she spends 40 hours. You don't think so, Izzy? She'll have other cases to work also, and this is very typical pay for trial attorneys. So she will get paid for 40 hours regardless. I'm wondering if she got rid of all of her other cases, though. I think she's gonna rack up as many as she can. All right. She has several other cases assigned to her. Okay, thank you, Izzy. All right, so it says this is for Article 2 for the compensation part of it. Ava, how are you? So we can look and see if she has a current caseload. When he was arrested the next week, her calendar was cleared. I mean, we know she dropped Xana's mom, which is, we understand why she dropped her. But I'm wondering how many other ones she dropped as well. All right, so it says for the attorney fees. All attorneys shall be either lead or second chair death penalty qualified. Compensation shall be paid as follows. So for the attorney, which is going to be Ann Taylor, Latah County shall pay Kootenai County at a rate of $200 per hour for hours occurring during the 40-hour regular work week, and shall pay attorney directly at a rate of $200 per hour for hours occurring outside of a 40-hour work week. Then the second seat attorney, which is the J. Logsdon guy, Latah County shall pay the Kootenai County at a rate of $180 per hour for hours occurring during the 40-hour regular work week, and shall pay the attorney directly at a rate of $180 per hour for hours occurring outside of the 40-hour work week. So apparently they think that there's going to be some weeks it's going to be more than a 40-hour work week. Maybe not every week, but I want to become a lawyer for $180. I work for attorneys. They do line their billables. Yeah, I think she's gonna make bank, honestly. Okay, let me go up here. Thank you, Angelina. I hate reading them though, honestly. Let's see. I kind of like to know how she is from across the state, but happens to have represent family members, especially since she's a high-profile attorney, while represent parents civil drug cases. I do believe she was just their public defender. Honestly, I don't think that they. Hold on one second, y'all. Okay. Mandy May, have a good night. Okay, let me get this pulled back up here. Okay, so any third and fourth seat attorneys shall enter separate contracts with the Latah County. Their mileage, lodging, meal costs, reimbursement shall be made with proof of receipt directly to the person incurring the cost. Investigators and experts. Let me get this situated here where I can see it. So it says subject to approval by the appointed judge per the process outlined in the Idaho Criminal Rule 12.2. Investigative and expert fees, expenses, and costs will be paid at a reasonable rate for services rendered. Attorneys shall contract directly with, review, and approve billings prior to submission for payment, and the county or the Capital Defense Fund shall pay directly all outside defense investigators and experts. Up to 2 investigators employed by Kootenai County shall assist in the defense. Latah County shall pay Kootenai County $45 per hour for all hours worked by investigators. Payment will be approved by the court and funds delivered by Latah County to Kootenai County for work done by Kootenai County's investigators, or directly from Latah County to the outside expert or investigator. All invoicing shall be approved pursuant to the ICR 12.2. Invoices approved shall be submitted to the Latah County for payments. Y'all all want to go testify now, huh? Okay, so this is Article 3, General Provisions. All right, so agreement, not a fixed fee contract. So it says this agreement is not and is not intended to be a fixed fee contract for provision of public defender services. The parties hereto have endeavored to ensure that defendant will receive such services without undue limitation on the amount of time or expense required to provide the same. So for the assignment, it said that the attorney may not assign, subcontract, or delegate his or her rights and duties hereunder to any person or entity without the prior written consent of the board. Any person seeking assignment shall agree to be bound by the terms of this agreement. For the attorney fees, in the event any party hereto hold on one second, y'all. Initiates or defends any legal action or proceedings to enforce or interpret any of the terms of this agreement, the prevailing party in any such actions or proceedings shall be entitled to recover from the losing party its reasonable costs and attorney fees, including its reasonable costs and attorney fees on any appeal. Okay. So it says special services provider. All right, so the parties agree that attorney is a special service provider for Latah County and is not an employee or an agent of the board or county. As a special services provider, attorney is not entitled to workers' compensation, health care insurance, retirement benefits, or any other benefit of employment with Latah County otherwise available to county employees. The board and county shall have no supervisory control over the performance of this agreement by attorney or his or her employees. All right, so a merger, this agreement embodies the sole understanding of the parties. There are no other oral or written agreements outside of this agreement, no modifications. I think we're just about done on it. Oh, shoot. Hold on, y'all. All right, so amendment or addition to this agreement shall be effective unless agreed to by the parties in the written instrument duly. Shit, hold on, y'all. Stuff popping up on the damn screen. All right, so duly executed by attorney and the board. So there is a waiver that the failure of any party to insist upon strict performance or any of the obligations contained herein shall not be deemed a waiver of any rights or remedies that said party may have, and shall not be deemed a waiver of any subsequent breach in the performance of any of the terms and provisions contained herein by the same or any other person. Okay. So the third party beneficiary rights. So this agreement is not intended to create, nor shall it be in any way interpreted to construed to create any third party beneficiary rights in any person not a party hereto unless otherwise expressly provided herein. Annette, how are you? All right. So All right, so the captions and headings in this agreement are for references only and shall not be deemed to define or limit the scope of intent of any of the terms and provisions contained herein. For the construction, no presumption shall exist in favor of or against any party to this agreement as a result in the drafting and preparation of the agreement, the venue and governing law. In the event an action is brought to enforce or interpret this agreement, the parties submit to the exclusive jurisdiction of the courts of the state of Idaho and agree that venue for any such action shall be in Latah County. Hey, Shannon, how are you? Latah County, Idaho. The validity and performance and construction of this agreement shall be governed by the laws of the state of Idaho. Okay, and they didn't date or sign this. But there is one other page that does have signatures on it. And that is this one here. So it's just dated the 7th day of February, 2023. It's Thomas Lamar, the Kathy LaFortune, and then the John Bowman, and then the deputy clerk. It's basically the same signatures that was on the first page that I showed y'all. So that's pretty much it. Ann Taylor didn't sign it, and neither did Jay Logston. Yeah, y'all go hit the thumbs up if y'all haven't done so. All right. So let me get this whole big thing off my screen. And let me grab a drink real quick. That was more to read than what I thought it was. All right, 1 second. All right, and I have dropped the link. Anybody that wants to grab it and come on up, you're more than welcome to. And make sure I haven't missed anyone while I was reading all that. Let's see. Anyone know Taylor is her maiden or married name? With Fairy, I'm not sure if that's her married or maiden name. Okay. Let me go. Oh, and I wanted to show y'all this. I need an auto read. Dreamcatcher, I really do. But I've heard some of the auto readers, like, there may be a word in there and they don't know what it is and they just either skip over it or mispronounce it. Some legal documents aren't too bad, though. I mean, that one wasn't really bad. I've read some of them on here that's been horrible to read. Somebody had made this, and I grabbed a screenshot of it. I wanted to show y'all. If Dylan would have been looking out of her room, this is pretty much what she'd have been seeing that night. This guy dressed all in black, and he's coming like that little doorway right there. That's where that step is, and he's coming out of the living room into like the little hallway area where Dylan's room is, and then when it turned to the right and went into the kitchen. But if she would have been looking out of her door and seen this guy walking towards her, that's pretty much what she would have seen that night. I've seen a couple of I may have to get one Dreamcatcher. It would probably be easier, so I may have to. I mean, that is a good idea. I may have to check into it and see about getting one. Let's see. I think Ron Chuck Taylor. You never know, right? With Fairy, that would be something worth looking into, though. That is creepy. Not gonna lie, it really is. White Little Baby. I mean, like I said, if she sees a guy in the house for something in the morning, and he has a mask on, why would he have a mask on? That should have been a dead giveaway that something's up, something's not right, and police need to be called. See, has anyone heard of Lawrence Kohberger and how he wrote a book about his theory of moral development? I think he's from Pennsylvania also. I know it's not the same last name. Funny coincidence. Elliot, I've never heard of him, but have you looked into him? Okay, we don't know what lights are on in the house or the hallway. No. Some people have said that the Good Vibes neon light, which would be okay, so where they have this guy standing at would be, I don't know if y'all can see, it would be on the other side of this wall. I don't know if y'all can see where I'm pointing at right here, but it would basically be right there to his right on that wall right there. That light probably would have been on. Um, the Christmas lights, I think it was might have been like a Christmas light curtain or whatever that they had behind their couch in the living room, which would have been to his left from where he's standing on the wall over here. I don't know about the kitchen. Probably the lights. It's where the patio or whatever is there under the deck. They have those string of lights. They probably would have been on, but I don't really know about any other ones. Yes, Werewolf Queen. The picture's very terrifying. I mean, if I opened up my door and I saw that, I'd be like, "Yo, this dude's not supposed to be here. Something's not right." Okay, I wish they would have showed it with a neon light illuminating his face. Yeah, I'm wondering though, they might have just done this with a light behind him, just where you could see it. Because there is a virtual tour of the house. Hey Reba, how are you? There is a virtual tour of the house where you can cut the lights off in the living room and just have that neon sign on. But there had if he's walking towards her and there's no lights on back here, there had to be lights on in the kitchen or somewhere for her to see his bushy eyebrows. There had to be. Maybe there's a light going up the stairs or something that would have been shining down the stairs towards him or something. Like there had to be some light in front of him for her to be able to see uh, the eyebrows. See, I'm good. Packing to go home for a birthday weekend. NOLA bound. Oh, Reba, that is cool. Is it going to be your birthday this weekend or are you going to celebrate someone else's? Let's see, how could she see bushy eyebrows in that lighting? It makes no sense. Yeah, there had to be a light in front of him somewhere. Maybe from the kitchen where she could see him. Okay, it would scare the hell out of me. The first couple of times I actually screamed and cried and all the roommates laughed at me, but weird stuff. Yeah. I don't know. It doesn't make sense. But like I said, hopefully like June 26th can't get here quick enough. Mine is the 18th. Of boyfriend's is the 19th. Okay, so Saturday, Reba, is your birthday? Okay, 1 second. Let me grab. Y'all, I forgot who bought me. I think it was Pickle Me Elmo. Got these little sticky things for me, the little post-it notes or whatever. Y'all should see them all over the place. I've got little notes wrote everywhere. Okay. Hold on, y'all. I'm writing Reba's birthday so I don't forget. Okay. A happy cactus. I get it. I really, I get what you're saying. I don't understand it either. Okay, hold on, y'all. Let me put this on the 18th. This Lord knows I'll be done forgot. All right, Reba. I got your birthday note, so I won't forget. So every month, I need wait, what'll be? I need a huge, them big, huge. I think they're like desk calendars. Um, they're really, really big. I need one of those. That way, I could just hang it on my wall and then write everybody's birthday down so I don't forget it. And then that way, when their birthday gets here, then yeah, I can put it on a banner for them. Hey, thanks. Had a rough day today being paramedic. Well, Reba, I don't know where you're coming from on your way to New Orleans, but wherever you're coming from, please be safe on your way there. Okay, it doesn't look like neon lights were on because it would be illuminating the doorway corner area between there and Xana's room. It looks like the front stairs light. Yeah, it could be the hall light that goes down to Xana's room. That could be on in this picture too. Staples has them. I'm gonna end it because I don't have a Staples as close to me. Um, I may have to look on Amazon. I think I found one on there before. I might have put it on my list. I can't remember, but I gotta get me one because, like, I would like to take them. The little boxes for each day. They're big enough that I could write everybody's birthday on, especially if there's multiple uh, birthdays on one day. I would have enough room. Houston, yes, and a tornado's here now. Oh, y'all are still getting bad weather in Houston? Oh, Lord. I'm in like the central part of Louisiana, and it was supposed to storm here last night, but thank God it didn't do anything. So I'm about tired of all this rain and everything else. My birthday is easy to remember. America First, when is yours? It's cheaper on Staples. It's not on your list. I checked. You only have 7 items on your list. Okay, I'll have to see if I can find one and add it then. Or I may just look at staples like King Scarlet is saying. July the 4th. Oh, for America First birthday. Okay. You had me confused there for a second. What little baby? Oklahoma got on bad last night. Yeah, I seen where Mississippi and all them are getting on really bad right now. All those bad storms and stuff. Wait, Annette, is today your birthday? Well, it's like 12:30 where I'm at. What is your birthday? What date? Yeah, I really need to get everybody's birthday. It's just made a federal holiday. Wait, it was just made a federal holiday last year? Oh God, America First. Does anybody know what was just made a federal holiday? Yeah, I don't know. You're gonna have to tell me what day America First. February 17th. Oh, and it just turned the 17th here. Happy birthday. We're literally 34 minutes into your birthday here. Okay, so Annette's birthday is actually the day before Reba's birthday. So Annette, happy birthday. Wait, Angelina, what is the holiday Monday? Oh, it's President's Day. Wednesday is Ash Wednesday. This coming up Wednesday. Yeah, Jody is cool. This is a picture that they're saying that basically this was what Dylan would have seen when she seen Bryan walking towards her. Y'all, everybody, please wish Annette a happy birthday. Just thought of it a minute ago when you were talking about birthdays. Yeah, it literally 35 minutes ago, Annette turned the 17th where I'm at. So I'm glad that you told us. Okay. All right. I'm still trying to figure out. Uh, Wait, America First. When is Juneteenth? That's a holiday? Is it really? Hold on one second, y'all. I'm trying to look at something here. Uh, okay. Let's see. Oh, wait, who is backstage? Can you hear me?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. How are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm doing all right.
So I came and you were reading towards the end of the fees. How
Uh
much
huh.
are they gonna get paid?
It is. Let me grab my paper here. For Ann Taylor, she will basically Latah County will have to pay Kootenai County $200 an hour for a 40-hour work week.
Uh-huh.
Um, then the second chair attorney, which is going to
Hmm.
be Jay Logston,
The
he
guy.
will, yeah,
Mm-hmm.
he will get paid $180 an hour. Well, Latah County will have to pay Kootenai County $180 for a 40-hour work week. Now, anything that they work after the 40 hours, that $200 an hour will go directly to the attorney. Or for a second chair attorney, that 180 will go to him after the 40 hours. So any overtime that they do, that money goes directly to them.
Wow. That's a lot.
I figured, like literally, I figured all this up.
So
200 times 40, that's $8,000 a week.
and how long is this gonna take?
Who knows?
So this could go like up to $1 million realistically, like depending on how long this.
Right, because if you figure it went into effect on December the 30th, but I just figured it from January the 1st until June the 26th, which is the day of his preliminary hearing.
Mhm.
Um, let's just say that every week from January the 1st to June, she works a 40-hour week on his case. That's
Mhm.
$8,000 a week that's going straight to Kootenai County from Latah. That's $192,000
Mhm.
just for those 6 months. That's if she works 40 hours a week on his case every week.
Wow.
That's $192,000. But that's also not counting uh, the mileage, any
Right.
other food, any lodging, or anything like that.
So is that just for this case?
Yes.
Wow. Well, no wonder she dropped somebody else.
I'm thinking, and I could be wrong, but I'm thinking that when she got this case,
Mhm.
she knew how big it was. She knew all the work that was going to have to be put into it. I think she dropped all of her other cases and
Oh yeah.
let some other attorneys. Some people in chat were thinking no, that maybe she still has some other cases that she works on as well, but I think she dropped them. Um, and she took this on, and I think she's. And some people are saying they don't think she's going to rack up 40 hours a week on it, but I think she is. I think she's going to rack up more.
Yeah. I mean, and then also who's to say if she didn't drop, like you said, all of her other clients,
Hmm.
you know?
Because just imagine there was, what was it, 995 pages worth of discovery that was sent to her from the state,
Right.
and was 1,800 photos.
Mhm.
So just like imagine how long that's going to take her to go through, which I do understand she has co-counsel. She has other people helping her, but that's going to take a lot of time because she's got to go through it and build a case to defend this man,
Mhm.
because more than likely his life is going to be on the line. So she's going to do what she can to get him off of it.
Right.
So she's easily going to rack up 40 hours a week, if not more.
And that's only the stuff we know of.
Right.
Yeah.
Hmm.
For sure. She has to look over everything and then court
Yeah.
dates and just yeah, she's
Because because I mean, the state has had since November the 13th, where she's
mhm.
only had since December the 30th, but technically January the 5th, whenever he went to court the first time, once he got back into Idaho, or January the 3rd.
Right.
Um, I forgot what, might have been the 5th. I don't even remember. There's so many dates that you have to remember with this. But, she met him when he first got back into Idaho. So like they've had um, 7 to 8 weeks
Mhm.
longer than she has to work on this case.
Right.
So,
And then there's no telling how long
oh,
this is
this is
all going to go for.
yeah, because just think he goes to court for the prelim in June. He'll enter his plea. Then Latah County prosecutor has 30 days from the day he enters his plea to let them know if they're going to pursue the death penalty or not. So by let's see, there's what, 30 days in June. So by July the 26th, we should know if they're going to pursue the death penalty or not.
Right.
So, but after that prelim, there's no telling how long out they will schedule the trial to start. So
Right.
it's gonna take.
And extensions,
Yep,
you know. Yep.
exactly.
Also, I checked on the change.org, I think, for
Uh huh.
the the I think no, it wasn't the family, huh? Who started the to change to drop her on change.org. I think it's up to 5K now.
Oh,
The
okay. So
petition. The petition.
yes, I looked at that the other day. Did I save that petition? Hold on.
It's on Twitter. Um
No, I didn't save it. I thought I bookmarked it, but I didn't. But okay, so whenever I first brought it up, they needed like to begin with, it was 1,000 signatures.
yeah.
Then they bumped it up to I think like 1,500, and then I seen once they hit 1,500. When I looked at it the other day, they had then bumped it up to 5,000 signatures, but they didn't. They wasn't at 5,000 whenever I looked at it,
Uh-huh.
but they were like super close to it.
Okay, I checked a few hours ago and it was at 53.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
I mean, they gonna get all these signatures because a lot of people want her off of his case. But I mean, honestly, is it really gonna do any good though for this, for that petition? Like,
Mhm.
I don't see her stepping down, and they have this whole agreement in place for payment and all this. Now, I don't see the judge taking her off of it either.
Right.
Honestly,
She seems pretty yeah, it just seems like, especially with this coming out, the pay and everything. So, did the judge sign it already, or still has to get signed?
it's done. The agreement went through on February the 7th.
Oh wow. I mean, but you never know though.
Right. Let me see. I think White Widow Baby just sent it to me. I could have swore that I bookmarked that the other day, but I don't guess I did because I remember showing it.
I sent it to you on Twitter. Maybe it's in your inbox in Twitter.
Uh, Wait, do I have anything on Twitter? When did you send it to me?
Um, it was a couple days ago when we first talked about it, I believe. Or maybe it's in your email since White Little Baby maybe sent it to you.
Okay. All right. I'll have to go back and look at my inbox then. Let me see. Yeah, she did send the link to me.
Also, I was listening today. I don't know who I was listening to. Um, and they were talking about how there's no record of him being well, remember how he went.
Are you still there? Yeah, I think she cut out. King Scarlet. Oh, she dropped. Okay, we'll give her a second to uh, come back up. I'm gonna throw the link back out for her. Okay, so now they're up to needing 7,500 signatures. Hey, honey, how are you? Let's see. I think it's gonna be hard to find a jury to Teresa. I think it is. They may have to end up doing a change of venue. I just don't see how they're gonna get um, a jury from Latah County. Let's see. Don't see a plea either. Honey, I've been doing good, thank you. A terrible time, and she was about to drop something interesting. I think I know what she was talking about because what she oh it was uh I appreciate you tossing the link back out for me. You're welcome, Emerald Queen. Um, anyway, I had talked about the other night that they don't have a record of Bryan getting that job or being offered that job. I think that's what she was about to say. 'Cause I do remember going over that the other night. Okay, let's see if that's her back up. Yes. Okay, you back?
Yeah, sorry about
Okay.
that.
Oh no, you're good.
What was I saying? Oh, were you gonna read something? Oh, there it is.
No, I was bringing it up. It's up to 7,500 signatures needed now.
Wow.
It's like every time they get the signatures, they bump it up more. So they've got 5,512 now,
Yeah,
uh, and they're needing to get the 7,500.
right. And you got to
Wow.
remember that on there on change.org, it
Hmm.
asks you for a donation, and a lot of people don't know, but that donation is not for that. So that's why on there it says that they're not asking for money, because change.org just automatically asks for donations, and
Oh,
just
okay.
for them, like, I don't know how exactly how that works, but that's why they say on there that they're not asking for money. They just want the signature.
Yeah, I saw that the other night because I literally read this whole thing on here of what they were saying and everything. And then when I got to the very bottom, it was like, please don't donate money. You know,
Yeah.
so, but
Yeah.
I didn't know that change.org did that.
Yeah, and it's a little confusing, and a lot of people will like donate thinking it's going towards that cause, and yeah.
Oh, wow. Well,
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure by tomorrow they'll probably have the 7,500 signatures that's needed now, and they'll probably bump it up to, you know,
Mhm.
9,000 or 10,000. So,
Yeah. Oh yeah, so I was saying that when he went for the interview um to be, oh, was it intern for the police department?
hmm.
So they were asking, I don't know who I was listening to, but they were requesting like any kind of information that would suggest that he was either hired on or not, you
Uh huh.
know?
Yeah.
And they said that they don't have anything.
Yeah, let me see, because I went over that the other night, but let me see if I still got that in my. I might have deleted it, but let me look. I did have an article about it. I think I went over that. I remember putting it in my thing, but let me see here.
So I wonder if more is gonna come out, because I used to work, then I was HR in any type of government job. I don't know if it's like that out here. I don't know that if it's everywhere.
Uh huh.
But when you apply, you have to get a response. Like it's either the position has been filled or you're going to the next,
Mm-hmm.
to the
Like
next
the next
round.
phase,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. So I worked in the HR as well, so we had to send something out to everyone, like, your application is in, and you're going to the next level or not,
Mm-hmm.
the position has been filled, sorry, go apply to other. So that's why I don't understand. To me, that's a little odd, but again, it could be different somewhere else.
Okay. Now I know that I put this in my email. I want to say I talked about this the other night. Didn't did does anybody remember if I read that? I could have swore I read that.
American Princess says maybe they can't release that. Yeah, maybe.
Oh, it's not in my because any email that comes through, anything that I read, I put it in an email, and then that way I can just pull it out of my inbox instead of having to like go all over and look for it. Well, anything that I have for Brian Kohberger goes into a Brian Kohberger email folder, and
Yeah.
it's not in that folder. No matter if I've unless I just deleted it, I could have swore that I went.
You probably have it.
I know I put it because it talks about they have no record of it.
Yes, exactly. That they have no record of it.
Yeah,
To me, it's like, what?
I know I went over that.
That was a little fishy, quite honest. I was
I
like, no.
let's see. Today's the 17th. I don't remember what day it was. Mm, I know that I've got it somewhere, and that's gonna irritate the crap out of me until I find it now because I know that I put it in my email.
Uh, Aliet, I think, I don't know if I'm saying the name right. Somebody did request the FOIA, and they said they didn't have no records.
Okay, I'm gonna have to find it now because
Yeah.
I know I've got it.
Hello.
Yeah, he's in there. He is just being extra tonight, y'all.
I don't know why I thought he was a black cat. In my mind, I don't know.
No, he's solid white and he's got like a little bit of orange on the tips of his ears and he's got crystal blue eyes.
Oh, totally opposite. I don't know.
White Widow Baby, I am looking for an email that I know I put in my email the other night. I could have swore that I read the article where they were talking about that there was no record of uh, Bryan Kohberger getting offered the intern job. Like they have no record of it at all. And I know that I had it because that was literally the title of the article that they have no record,
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know what to make out of that.
and it's not even in my trash folder. Like literally the one. Wait, is this it? No, that's not it. I can't believe I don't have it, but I'm sure I can find the article.
Yeah.
I hope anyway, because
And
I
then,
remember seeing that.
so Scarlett, what do you think about this gag order? What do you think is gonna happen? Or
Mm, I think that the judge is going to leave it the way it is. Um, I don't think that she's going to remove Shannon Gray out from under it.
I don't get it though because Mr. Gray, I think that's his name, right? Mr. Gray.
Yeah, yeah,
He's allowed, you know, he's a professional, right?
hmm
He's a
yeah,
professional guy. He's
right.
allowed to represent the family. I mean, like, it's not like he violated any of the guidelines or, any ethical rules as a lawyer. If he wanted to do that, I mean, he would have done it already, right? Like, he doesn't even seem like that type of guy or like the type of attorney that wants like his 15 minutes of fame. He just doesn't seem that way.
No, I don't think he would. I don't. If they would allow him to speak about it, I don't think he would speak about anything that he shouldn't speak about. And even though the Jay Logston dude is saying, that the Gonzalez family, they can continue to talk to the media and give um, their thoughts and theories or whatever as they always have. They're still not going to do it because that was the reason why they hired Shannon Gray was
Right.
to represent them. Even if they go on an interview with someone and he doesn't even talk, he's still there with them. Um,
Mhm.
you know, and they're not going to do that anymore. And he even said it in his motion that they haven't done any interviews. The family hasn't because they're scared of being in contempt of court, and the judge knows that. So she's not going to take him off of it. I think she's going to leave him on there.
And that comment that they made, it was a little petty to me. I felt there was like a little pettiness, like, you guys been talking. Why don't you go ahead and continue? I don't know if I took it the wrong
Right.
way, but I don't
Yeah.
know. Yeah.
Uh, Joe, how are you? Yeah, it was the way he said it. Like they can continue to give their thoughts and theories and all this and that as they always have, or something like that. Hey,
Mhm.
Judy, how are you? Yeah, it seemed a little rude.
A little, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. I mean, I just say let Mr. Gray do his job. Let him represent, you know,
Hmm.
those the parents, and they need that representation to voice their opinions, and
Right.
they've already gone through a lot. So I don't know. I think people want a fair trial and a proper, um just for Brian, and I mean, I think it's part of keeping it fair. I don't know.
Yeah. I just I'm one. I really want to know what Mr. Gonzalez has to say though. Like there is something that man is wanting to say.
Yeah.
I just want to know what it is. I'm tempted to like email him and be like, yeah, just let me know and I'll say it. But I'm not gonna, I don't want to put him. in that position either, because he wouldn't do
Right.
it. But it's just like, just let me know and I'll tell it, but I won't say where I got it from. But he's for sure wanting to say something. I just want to know what it is.
But it must feel like it must feel so crazy that they would sanction his attorney for speaking up for them. It's just it sounds crazy. I
Right.
really honestly don't get it. You know, the victim should
Hmm.
be able to speak out and have representation. Why can't they have an attorney to speak out and on their behalf?
Right. Yeah.
I feel at this point the lawyers are just pretty much arguing to argue.
Right. And see, they also said that Shannon Gray, because of him being an attorney, he could get information about the case. Well, as long as he's under the gag order, they can give him all the information they want. And legally, he can't even speak to his clients about it because he's under the gag order.
Right.
And I think that that's the reason why the litigation attorney is like a motion to deny it, uh, to deny Shannon Gray's request. I don't think the judge is going to grant the request either. I think she's going to leave him under it, just to be safe. A lot of people think that she could be possibly be doing it because Mr. Gonzalez does like to go to the media and do interviews, which is his right. I mean, his child is a victim.
Mhm.
The man wants answers.
Mhm.
There's a lot of cases that we know of, um, where there was a victim, a kid, and the family didn't speak up for him at all.
Right.
And so, you know, we have a parent here who wants to do it, but he can't because of the courts,
Right.
which is messed up too.
Yeah, I don't get it.
Let's
But Scarlett, I'm
see.
gonna jump down because my phone is gonna die. I gotta put it on the charger. I just wanted to give my two
Okay.
cents. But thank you for having me. I'll be in chat.
Oh, you're very welcome, and thanks for coming up.
Okay.
All right. Okay, y'all. So this is what King Scarlet was talking about. Police have no record of whether Bryan Kohberger was offered the internship position months before the Idaho murders. Y'all, Troll keeps throwing Milo out of the room, and he runs right back in here. And I could have swore I read this the other night, but maybe I didn't. All right, so it says, I'm gonna read this real quick. The Washington State Police Department that interviewed Bryan Kohberger for an internship months before the Idaho murders has no documentation regarding whether he was offered the position. The Independent filed a public records request with the Pullman Police Department earlier this year, asking for any documents relating to Mr. Kohberger's application for the research assistantship for public safety position. One of the core goals of the request was to determine whether Mr. Kohberger had been offered the position, as the department had previously declined to answer the question. A public records officer responded to the request with 10 documents on Friday, uh, but with a major credit. The Pullman Police Department does not have any documentation whether or not Mr. Kohberger was chosen for the internship position, the officer stated in the email. So, how do they not have documentation? Like King Scarlet was saying, it's like they would have to send something. Either yes, you have it. Yes, you're moving to the next part of the interview, or we're sorry, but you're not getting it. So, okay, y'all, he is over here in my lap. He's safe until Troll comes and grabs him. All right, let me get this down. Oh, now he's not going to say anything. He's going to be all sweet and quiet. Okay, let's see. Oh, yes, I want to just read this to y'all tonight also. I have a thing where it's talking about 36 of the latest bone chilling details. Some of these, though, I didn't know about. Uh, this Henri is the night is young. Yeah, he's literally just sitting here being all sweet. Oh, Teresa, this is every night. He's just being like extra tonight for some reason. I don't know what his deal is. He knows though that Troll is gonna get him and put him out, so he kept running back in here. Hey Dub, how are you? Thank you, Werewolf Queen. All right, y'all. Let me get this pulled up here. All right, so this says that there's 36 of the latest bone-chilling details about the Idaho murders, about the Idaho murder case. Okay, wait. What are you doing? No, you're not getting on my desk. Okay. All right. So it says, and this came out on the 14th. So don't get on my desk. Okay, he's gonna lay down. All right. So it says 3 months have passed since the quadruple murder of the University of Idaho students, Kaylee, Madison, Zan, and Ethan. The accused killer, Bryan Kohberger, remains in jail awaiting a preliminary hearing on June 26th, and more information trickles in about the case. They're not lying about that. There's like all kinds of information coming out now. Mallow is 100% right, and I agree with everything he says. Casey, you're gonna cause Milo to get the big hit. He's gonna have a huge ego now. All right, so it says that these include details about Kohberger's concerning behavior leading up to the killings, new potential evidence against him, and the answer to a burning question involving one of the survivors: why she failed to report the crime until the next day. So here are 5 new revelations surrounding the Idaho killings. All right. Like I said, some of these I've heard of, some of them I have not. All right, so it says, did Kohberger call himself the devil? Now, I did listen to his rap song. I think I got like halfway through it. I think I listened to the whole thing. It wasn't that good. He may get an A for effort. That's about as far as it goes. All right, y'all. We need 140 more likes. Y'all go hit that thumbs up, please. Okay, so it says someone with the username XR posted a rap song to SoundCloud 11 years ago, calling himself Devil, and some internet sleuths argue that that person is Kohberger. See, the song "Rise Up" instrumental includes the lyrics, "You are not my equal, you are wicked, but I'm devil." The internet commenters say that the SoundCloud account is linked to Bryan in Effort, Pennsylvania, the accused killer's hometown. Yeah, it wasn't that good, y'all. Thank you, Emerald Queen. Like I said, I think I got through half of it, and I just couldn't take any more of it. All right. So this one says that he may have had access to the WSU crime lab. Now, I did read an article about this. Milo, don't you get my food? Hold on, y'all, 1 second. Okay, Milo's got to get out of my lap, y'all. So hold on. Okay, so I can eat. Hey, see you too. How are you, Chris? Ian, how are you? All right. So anyway, I did read an article about this where he may have had access to their lab that they have there at Washington State. Um, the college is saying he didn't have access to it, and not Pullman, Moscow was saying that they didn't share any of their body cam footage with Washington State. So it says, as a PhD student in criminology at Washington State University, Kohberger could have used a crime lab that offered access to police body cam videos and live streams from security cameras. And the WSU program runs a complex social interaction lab that gives authorized students access to police surveillance video and crime scene footage. And the university denied that Kohberger was allowed to access the lab, but an anonymous source told Fox News that people could enter it and use it without approval. So, more than likely, he used that lab. Emerald Queen and Werewolf Queen, y'all have a good night. So either he used the lab or he knew someone who had access to it. Okay, 1 second here. Okay, so police video included visits to victims' residence. Okay, hold on, I gotta get it. All right. So it says Moscow police told Fox News Digital the department does not share body cam video or live security camera streams with WSU researchers, but MPD officers visited the victim's home at least 3 times during the time that Kohberger attended WSU, the public records show. Now, it is possible that the visits were captured on body or dash cam video. Twitch stream video also captured 2 of the victims ordering food on their way home hours before the killing. I wonder if Bryan watched that Twitch live stream that night that Kaylee and Maddie were there. I'm pretty sure that they had stopped by there before. He more than likely knew that they live streamed from there on Twitch. He very well could have known that they were at the bar that night. And I wondered if he was watching it. And maybe he knew that whenever they left from there, that they would be home a short time later. But I also wonder if he had access to that lab where he was able to. Hold on, y'all. Oh. Or if he had access to the lab where he could watch stuff too. I wish we knew when the first time was that he started going by that house. We know that he got pulled over on August the 21st after he left the house. Kaylee's body cam footage was August the 15th or 16th. So I wonder if Moscow PD really does share their body cam footage with WSU for that lab, and they just don't want to admit it. And Bryan had access to it and seen Kaylee on it. All right. Okay, I'm going to drop the link. Anybody's more than welcome to come up. But while I'm reading this, I can't see my backstage. So if anybody does want to come up, or if you do come backstage, just leave me a message in private chat so I'll know that there's someone back here. And I'm just going to bounce back and forth so I can see it, or get my attention in chat or something like that. That way I'll know that there's somebody sitting there. Hey, Lulu, how are you? All right. I guarantee your ass he had access to that lab. He probably seen all those body cam footages of those girls. He saw it September the 1st when they was having the party. He saw it on early morning September the 2nd when Xana came out there. He knew everything that went on at that house. All right, so police found a shoe print. And it says police found a shoe print at the crime scene with a sole pattern that looked like that of a Vans sneaker. Now, it's not clear if police have found a matching shoe, and it's also not clear what kind of shoes Kohberger has. The shoe print could prove useful to prosecutors if its size can be determined and matched with the suspects. And did the shoe print have blood on it? I hate looking at that dude's face. So, if police discovered that the shoe print using the same chemicals to detect blood that could be important, says lawyer Paul Morrow, a former New York Police Department inspector. First of all, they got the footprint, but also it probably helped them develop his path through the house because by using that technology that they did, it sounds like that they were able to pick up was shit. Y'all gotta start that all over. It sounds like what they picked up was a blood footprint. He told Fox News Digital he stepped in blood of some sort and left that impression, and apparently it's very vague, very faint. So they had to use this technology, which means that he may have wiped it up. They're saying that this footprint was right outside of Dylan's room. Maybe he saw the footprint and was wiping it up and saw her and maybe threatened her. All right, so it says more details on what DM heard. So the surviving housemate, identified by Moscow Police Corporal Brett Payne as DM, told police that she thought that she heard Gonzalez say something to the effect that of "there's someone here." DM also thought that she heard crying coming from Kernodle's room. DM then said that she heard a male's voice say something to the effect of "It's okay, I'm going to help you," according to the initial probable cause affidavit. All right, so the next one says that Kohberger studied with serial killer experts. Hey, Deidre. All right, so while working towards a master's degree in criminal justice at DeSales University, Kohberger studied under serial killer expert Catherine Ramsland, who co-wrote a book with the BTK killer, Dennis Rader, who killed 10 people, excuse me, y'all, from 1974 to 1991. Kohberger also studied under Melanie Angela Newely at WSU. Her resume describes her as specializing in homicide, violent deaths, and violence as a public health concern. Let me go check this over here. Judy. Okay, Judy, I'm about to bring you up. How are you?
Oh, just a minute.
Okay.
I forgot I wrote you a message. Yep, I'm here.
Okay. How are you?
I'm good, you?
I'm doing all right. If I could get over the sinuses and all that kind of issues that I'm having, I'd be all right.
Yeah, well, we're supposed to get hit tonight, maybe
Mm-hmm.
tomorrow, with a pretty good snowstorm, so
Oh, wow.
it was 50 degrees here yesterday or something, so it's
Well,
some pretty crazy
yeah,
weather.
yeah, because yesterday here it was like 70 something. This morning I woke up, it was 67, and by 12 o'clock at lunch, it was already down in the low 50s. Like the temperature dropped super quick.
Yeah,
And
I'm sorry.
no, go ahead.
White Widow Baby wanted to know who wanted to go up on panel, and I told her it was her. So,
Um,
she won for a minute.
yeah, she won't come up here with me.
Chicken. We
I've
got
tried.
some booze up here.
I've tried to get her to, but she won't.
You
Yeah,
got a bribe her?
I'm gonna have to do something to get her up here. It was 30s. Yesterday, it was like super nice. It was like in the 70s, y'all. It was so nice. I even had the windows in the house up.
Yeah.
It was really nice. See, you're not allergic. No, Tad, it's not the cats. Um, it, before I moved down this dirt road, when me and Charles got together. I before that I never had a sinus or allergy problem, and it's just all the dust down here. So ever since then, I've always had sinus problems. I always have like drainage and all that, and it's irritating. Okay, all right, y'all. I'm gonna get back to this. Where did I stop? Oh, the Tinder date, I believe, wasn't it? I don't think I read that one. Okay. Okay, so it says, did he date a woman on Tinder? I bet you that girl right there, y'all, that he went on a date with from Tinder, I bet you she is thanking the good Lord above every single day since this man was arrested that she got away from him.
You think?
I bet you just, you know, he, she goes out on a date with this dude. She was alone with him. She could have done anything not meaning to set him off and he could have hurt her.
Crazier things have happened.
Right. Okay, so it says a woman who identifies herself as Haley recalls going on a Tinder date with a man that she identifies as Kohberger in a TikTok video that went viral. My interactions with Bryan were very brief. I don't know much about him, she says in the video. We matched on Tinder. That's why you don't go on a dating site. Go to church and find somebody to go out on a date with. Not a dating site. That's too dangerous.
Well, that's
Uh,
why I'm still single. I don't believe in picking up men in bars and
no, it's just it's super dangerous.
dating sites. They're just full of
Mhm.
catfish. So
Right. So she says that they talked for a couple of hours, and then he was like, "Hey, you want to go to the movies with me tonight?" She was like, "Sure." So we go to the movies. Did they ever say what movie they went and watched? I'm curious. So I thought he was just going to drop me off, but that was not the case. He kind of invited himself in. He kept trying to touch me, not like inappropriately, just trying to tickle me and like rub my shoulders and stuff. And I was like, "Why are you touching me?" I don't know if I really fully
exactly.
believe her story or not, though. The way, I mean, it could be true, but I don't know. Uh, she says he's like, I'm not, and I'm like, you are though, and he's like, I'm not touching you. So the dude touches you, then you ask him, why are you touching me? And then he lies and says he's not touching you.
Well,
So
must be.
I, that would have been
Um,
I'd have been like, dude, you got to go. Like you're literally just lying. Like,
Peanut butter and jelly time. Oh no.
Caddy Wampus, how are you? I met a psycho at church. Oh, well, I have to say, me and Troll did meet it. Well, we kind of met at his house, but his family went to the same church that my grandfather was a pastor at. So that's we kind of really met at church too.
Well, and I don't want this to come across as wrong,
Mm-hmm.
okay?
Okay.
But it all depends on what kind of church you're going to.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you're going to a church that reads a lot of Bible, there
Mm-hmm.
seems to be more interaction among the people there
Mm-hmm.
and more camaraderie, like.
Right.
But okay, so I'll say it for myself. But I was raised Catholic,
Uh-huh.
and you were raised to sit there, shut up, and let's get home. So
Mm-hmm.
it,
Oh, let me tell you, I was raised Assembly of God. My grandfather was an Assembly of God preacher. I was raised to shut up and sit down in church too, because my grandmother would have tore my butt up if I'd have
well,
made
that's not what
any
I
noise
mean,
in
though.
church. No, I get
You
what you're
know,
saying, but
yeah,
yeah.
it was a little bit different kind of exchange at the church.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I get what you're
So
saying. My mom met a nut at church. All right, where did I stop off at? Were you really, Elliot? You don't really meet. I don't think I met any other people who were raised Assembly of God. My grandfather was an Assembly of God preacher for many, many years before he passed away. Okay, so let's see. All right, so she says he says that he wasn't touching her. She says kind of trying to gaslight me into thinking that he didn't touch me, which was weird. So basically, he was like trying to have mind control. The man later messaged her on Tinder to tell her that she had good birthing hips, and she said she never talked to him again.
Yeah. He had a way with women, didn't he?
Uh huh.
That's one studly muddly there.
Some y'all, I don't know. That's why you don't go on a dating site, for real.
If I had a man touch me and I said, don't do that, and he said he didn't touch me,
Out of dating.
I'd have looked at him and said, if you'd lie about something that stupid,
You lie about anything,
you'd lie about anything.
right? Let's see. I was raised Assembly of God, Southern Baptist, and Mormon. No wonder. No, Ava. My grandfather was an Assembly of God preacher. He has a younger brother that is a Southern Baptist preacher. He has another brother who is a Nazarene preacher.
No wonder why she's confused, she says.
And their mother was a Methodist. So I've got like all different uh, denominations, like
The only
in the
thing you're
family,
missing is Muslim.
and Catholic. I don't have any um, Catholic family members.
Well, you can claim me and we can interchange thoughts.
Okay. Haven said you're just as confused as me. No, you should have heard it when I was younger, like getting my grandfather and his two brothers in the same house, and they all start talking about church. It was very interesting.
Well, were all the religions Bible oriented?
Mm-hmm.
Was it all the King James version?
Yes, ma'am.
And what in hell they got to argue about?
Well, it wasn't really an argument. It was just,
Oh, okay.
different beliefs. In yeah, it wasn't really an argument. It was just how they interpreted the Bible. It was a very lengthy discussion at times. Yeah, like
Okay.
Ava said, it was debates, is what it was. Okay.
Okay. I'll just let that one slide.
All right, so let's see. It says the DNA matched Kohberger's father's trash. Let's see. DNA evidence collected from a button snap on the knife sheath at the murder scene matched a sample taken from Kohberger's father's trash in Pennsylvania, a court document revealed. I'd still bet you he regrets that early morning trash takeout.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. What'd you just say there was taken out of the trash?
DNA evidence was collected from the button
Oh,
snap on the knife sheath at the murder scene, but then they also it matched a sample that was taken from Kohberger's
okay,
father's
okay,
trash.
okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I sort of missed that last sentence there, and I was like, the sheath was in the trash?
No, that's they got his father's DNA out of it. Uh,
Oh,
and then it says the Idaho Crime Lab matched the two samples with more than a 99% accuracy. And it says at least a 99.9998% of the male population would be expected to be excluded from the possibility of being the suspect's biological father. Let's see. Sifa, how are you?
well,
Uh,
short of a flea walking by, I guess they pretty much covered that DNA.
right. All right. So it says Kohberger is jailed with accused pedophiles. Sifa,
No,
Sifa, I'm
no,
doing
I
good. Thank
feel
you.
so bad.
All right. So it says that Kohberger is being held with 22 other inmates, some of whom face charges of serious crimes, including pedophilia, drug offenses, and assault. He's being kept in the Latah County Jail, an adult male and female holding facility, until his June trial. And it says that the jail holds people awaiting trial, those adults sentenced to the local jail time and awaiting transport to the Idaho Department of Corrections. So yeah,
So
he's
generally speaking, it's a mini PC.
right. And see, the other day when I was going through the inmate roster for the Latah County Jail, there was only 11 people in there, and that was counting Bryan. So I don't know when uh, whoever did this article, I don't know when it was that they looked it up. They might have went and looked and counted or whatever, but I only counted 11 like a few days ago.
Well, it looks like they did say that it's people awaiting movement to
Mm,
the other jail.
right.
So if they just took a bunch out or a few out,
Mm-hmm.
their count would have been down.
All right. So it says Kohberger has his own cell. So Latah County Sheriff Richard Skiles told TMZ that Kohberger would be placed in his own cell and treated like any other inmate. Oh, that's just going to blow his ego, y'all. Like, he can't be treated like any other inmate because in his mind, he's created a high profile case, and he's going to cost the county of Latah County or the county of Latah lots and lots of money. I bet you he's not like being treated like the other inmates. Hey Julie,
Um,
how are you?
See the picture, the stock photo of that jail cell is deceiving.
Mm-hmm.
Um, uh, I don't know if he's in an open cell like that. They're watching him real close for suicide watch. Still,
Yeah,
but
he's probably still on it. Hey True
but
Crime, how are you?
if he's in with a metal door, solid door, and just a window in it and a chute, they might have him in a camera cell. I don't know. It's hard to tell.
Ain't no telling. It could be a cell with a camera in it. Okay, so it says, let me go back to. Okay, so he's going to be treated like any other inmate, and then Kohberger will be allowed to speak to his family on the phone. Inmates have access to telephones for outgoing calls, the jail website says, and then the visiting hours are 1 to 4 on Saturday and Sunday.
Oh
See.
darn! I'm not gonna make it.
See, I hope he ends up in prison. If he is indeed guilty, he lives in fear and has to look over his shoulder for the rest of his life. Casey, I agree.
If he ever gets into a real jail and gets out in open population, his days are numbered.
Yeah. Unless he goes straight to death row. And then he'll be in a cell by himself.
Yeah.
Okay, so then it's saying, can you connect with Kohberger in jail? So Kohberger's jailhouse phone call may be accessible. A Reddit user posted. So there was a poster about a week back when the gag order appeal was filed, who has a family member in the same jail system as BK. The Redditor posted, I think their phone calls are viewable. They had noticed BK on the phone for about 4 hours, typically around the time that new docs come out. Most likely speaking with counsel, so it may not be that often. In other posts, the Redditor said that you're able to view telephone communications if you are approved contact on their cellmates list through the jail. So I'm pretty sure that anyone can add him. He just has to accept it.
Yeah.
So,
Well, it used to be you just fill out a form of
mhm.
who you wanted on it, and then they got approved or not. Pretty much what only thing that would stop the approval is like say somebody had a restraining order. Um, they had it against the person in jail. Well, they
Mm-hmm.
sure don't want to prove that guy their phone number.
Right.
So, something. Oh, I'm sorry. That is my dog with its ball. He's competing with Milo tonight. Um,
Well, Milo's
but
asleep now.
but if they probably have timed calls, maybe
Mm-hmm.
the only ones you can't record and you can't time is the attorney lines.
Right. Yeah, all that's confidential.
Right, right. And sometimes those um, calls go on for a while.
Mm-hmm. And that's probably who he's talking to when they're saying that they noticed him. They'll say like that little green light that I showed earlier by his name. Uh, that's more than likely that's who it is that he's on the phone with for all those hours. True crime, how are you? I'm wondering though if Brittany, because she does claim that she sent him that Brittany Hislop lady, she says she sent him letters. I'm wondering if she has this app and she's talking to him through it.
Who's Brittany?
Brittany is the lady that posted all over Facebook that she was in love with Bryan. He was her.
Oh, here they come, just like you
Um,
predicted.
oh, what did she say? Her divine masculine counterpart or something like that. She said.
Oh,
Um,
Jesus.
yeah, she knows him and her belong together, and like the lady, this isn't the first time she's done it. She's did this to another inmate that was in prison in Kentucky where she's from. Like literally the man killed a 50-year-old man and then went after the man's wife and his daughter with a machete, and he was in prison. And it got so bad with her that the guy who was in prison had to tell the prison not to let her come back and see him. And she was giving him money, like she was putting money on his books for commissary and all this and that. And he told the prison, don't let her come back.
But she's batshit crazy.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. Like, prisoners, they want interaction with people on the outside. And it's bad if you have a prisoner that tells the prison to block somebody from coming and seeing you like that.
Yeah, that's real bad because they don't want to cut off their dollar.
Right. Exactly. And she is claiming that she has sent Bryan letters, but she doesn't know if he's getting them or not. Um, so I'm wondering if she knows about this app, because if she knows about this app, she's going to try to get in touch with him.
Well, if she's really mailing them, of course he's getting her letters.
Mm-hmm.
Now, whether or not he's reading them is another issue because, he could be
Right.
getting 100 letters a day.
Right. Now, I do know the only letters that has been sent to him that he has not gotten is there's been some letters with some threats in them, and the jail haven't given those to him. They said that they've turned them over to somebody within the postal service, and the postal service is going to try to track down where the letters came from. So that's the only ones I know that he hasn't got. So more than likely he's probably gotten hers, but his attorney might have told him, don't, you know, while all this stuff is going on, don't write anybody back, don't answer anybody back. The only people you talk to is your family, and that's it. Don't mess with anybody else.
The other question you have to ask yourself or just ponder
Mm-hmm.
is some of these letters that he's not getting and they're investigating could have possibly come from other jails
Right.
that, inmates who've got life themselves are pretty much saying to him, waiting for your arrival, can't wait to meet you, and that's not a good sign.
No, no. Because, I mean, how many prisons does Idaho have? Does anybody know?
I have no idea. All I
So,
know is I would never marry a man and move to Idaho.
I wouldn't go to Idaho, California. I wouldn't go none of them places like that.
No, I just don't want to be known of telling everybody Idaho.
I didn't even think about that.
Like, forget it. I got enough problems.
Okay, so Ava said not many, maybe 6. Okay, so one of those 6 prisons he's going to end up going to. Whether it's
Well,
for life, well, it'll be for life if he's found guilty, but whether it's for life or he's going to go and he'll stay there till the death penalty, till his date of death or
now,
whatever.
if he's found guilty and they give him the death penalty, then they'll probably send him to a the highest custody jail they have
Mm-hmm.
that has a death row due to the nature of the crime.
True.
So they're not going to let him go out in general population for 5 years and then decide to move his butt to death row. If he gets convicted of death, he's going to death row
Yeah,
immediately.
he'll go straight to it.
Yeah. Do not pass go.
Yep. Yep. He'll be sitting in a cell by himself. What is it? 23 hours a day. They get like an hour outside.
They get an hour
Of-
out to exercise and normally take a shower during that time.
Yeah. So
The rest of the time, you're. Now, we didn't have a death penalty in our state, so we didn't have any death row. If
Mhm.
we did, it would have been at our jail because we were the high custody jail. But that's one place I would never want to work is on death row.
Mm-mm. Nope. The only one we have here is in Louisiana is Angola.
Well, you stop and think about it. If you take away a person's reason for behaving, you can make that into a real crap show real quick.
Right.
And yeah, it's very strict, like in places like that. You've got usually 3 hats and bats everywhere you go. They're in protective gear.
Mm-hmm.
You're handcuffed before you even walk out of the cell. They cuff you through the chute where you get your meals. So it's a very regimented. But on the other hand, you don't have to put up with anybody's bull.
Yeah. That is true. Wait, let me find my comment again.
Roll.
There was one that I just seen. Ashes, thank you so much for gifting those 10 memberships. Oh, I missed it. Okay, so somebody says something about Chris Watts being put in Colorado, but did
Okay,
Chris
it's
Watts
right
get the
here.
death penalty? No, Chris Watts got life. Okay, thank you, Simple Butterfly. So that might have been the reason why they moved him. But I think if you get the death penalty, they won't move you out like that.
Maybe not. The only other time they move an inmate out of state pretty fast
Mm-hmm.
is if the inmate is a police officer.
Okay.
They usually don't keep them in their same home state because it's kind of hard to put them in jail with a bunch of people that maybe he put in jail.
Yeah.
His
Yeah, because that would be
safety
dangerous. That would be
is
dangerous
not
for him.
good. So normally what they'll do is they'll do an interstate compact, which means Massachusetts, might say to Vermont, well, we got this guy, and this is what he's in for, and this is the reason we got to move him. And Vermont will either accept that person, or they'll say, okay, I'll trade you for this guy, and this is his story. And it's a little bit of politics there.
Right.
But they will not keep a police officer in it, usually in his home state.
Oh yeah, that's too big of a risk.
That's a liability from hell. I
Right.
mean,
Yeah. Ashes, thank you so much for gifting those. Okay, let me get back over to my thing here. Okay, so it says that there is a petition to narrow the gag order, which we were just looking at earlier. The coalition made up a coalition made up of local and national media organizations petitioned Latah County Magistrate Judge Megan Marshall to narrow the restrictions of a gag order barring the release of information about the case. The order prohibits law enforcement officials, attorneys, and others associated with the case from speaking about it to the public and to media. The coalition asked Marshall to narrow the terms of the order, which also applies to attorneys who represent witnesses, victims, and the victim's family. So, and I believe all the media organizations, I believe they got an attorney. I think it was out of Boise, is where they got one uh, to talk for them. Okay. Let's see. Did Kohberger talk to survivors before the murder? So it says internet sleuths speculate that Kohberger could have spoken to either Bethany Funk or Dylan Mortensen on their OnlyFans page before the killing. Some of them point to what they say are OnlyFans accounts of Funk and DM, which are accessible to the public.
can I tell you my opinion on something?
Sure.
They need to broaden this gag order, not narrow it. They really need to broaden it. Because I'm telling you, if people keep running it and going to the news, they're going to lose it.
That's like these sources that are coming out. Like this person that's supposed to be Ethan's best friend who found him, more than likely is going to be a witness, probably going to have to testify. So I'm wondering if this source is the best friend, or if it's someone that this best friend has talked to and told what happened that's coming out. Because it's like all of a sudden all these people are coming out and talking now. How close is Aston County to Latah County? Inmate there just got caught with fentanyl, gave some cellmates who had to be administered Narcan. I have no idea. I don't know what part of the state that county is. Okay, they're only talking due to the gag order. I'm just trying to catch up real quick. Okay, so this was a good one here too that I was wondering about. Did Kohberger take his car to the car wash? So, a web sleuth asked on Reddit, when did BK or Bryan Kohberger allegedly clean all the blood, etc., out of his car? Curious as Ellie seemed to hone in on BK pretty quickly, when do we think that he would have deep cleaned the car? Which we know he did it in Pennsylvania, but I'm wondering how soon after did he do it? So it'd have to be soon, right, or it may stain. Also, he drove home with his dad. Surely his dad would have been like, Bryan, your car is a mess, or it stinks of rust, etc., as parents do. Just a thought. Wonder what you all think. The question sparked various theories, and he may have taken his car through a car wash, and it was caught on video, but the police did not put that in the probable cause affidavit. Another Redditor replied. Yeah, the FBI did watch him clean his car. They said he cleaned literally every inch of it when he was in Pennsylvania, but at that time they couldn't stop him because they didn't have the warrant yet. So they couldn't run up and be like, "Yo, Brian, we need you to stop washing your car because we're in the process of trying to get a warrant for it." Um, yeah, because we need to see if there's any type
But
of DNA
they
or
could
anything
he
like
could have
that
watched it meticulously before then.
for right. I just know that on them body cam footages when they were stopped in Indiana, that car was like dirty.
Well, that was road dirt, though.
Hmm. Yeah, all that snow and
Yeah, that's
everything
road
else that
dirt.
they, yeah. But yeah, I could have seen. Could y'all seriously see the FBI be like, "Yo, Brian, we need you to stop cleaning your car."
Yeah.
Yeah, like we need to see if there's any DNA in there from these four murders that we think that you committed back in Idaho, and we're in the process of trying to get a search warrant for it. So we need you to just like stop with the cleaning.
I'm I'm I thought it was kind of funny when the cop had his body camera on him and it showed Bryan's hands
Hmm.
and that his right knuckle looked.
Yeah, it was one of his hands that I don't remember. It might have been the right one that looked a little funny on the top.
Yeah.
Can you just wait a few days or something? That's yeah. I mean, I could really see because a lot of people were asking like, why did FBI just sit there and let him clean it? Well, they had no choice. They didn't have a warrant.
Well, that's just like why didn't the FBI stop him before he killed four people? I mean,
No, but I mean, they had to sit there and watch him. Uh, they knew he cleaned. They say he cleaned every inch of it.
yeah. Well,
What's the worst that could happen? He says no. I mean, yeah, because if they would have tried to stop him, he'd be like, "Where's your warrant?" And they'd be like, "We're in the process of getting it. It may take a day or two. We'll
yeah. So
come
could
back
you
when you
please
have the
hold it?
warrant." You know.
Yeah, and I'll stop and wait for you.
Yeah. So, all right. Let's see what the next one is. So Kohberger had an altercation with a professor earlier in the school year. And we actually went over this one too. So it says, according to a news report from the New York Times, Kohberger began having troubles at Washington State, where he was studying for his PhD shortly after the school year begun. And in fact, per a termination letter obtained by the publication, he had an altercation on September the 23rd with John Snyder, which is a WSU professor that he was assisting. And on November the 2nd, 11 days before the murders, department leaders met with him to discuss an improvement plan. And then after the killings on December the 9th, he had a second altercation with the same professor.
Now, that first altercation, well, now the second one too.
Mm-hmm.
That's what the people, news reporters, should be going after.
Finding out
Because,
what all happened.
yeah, because what's to say that he didn't get in an argument because he was on computers that he shouldn't have been on?
Like,
Or,
yep, like in the lab that they claimed that he
yeah.
didn't have access to. They had 5 warrants total, right? It's King Scarlet. There was one for his apartment, one for his office. The one for his apartment also included the little storage building that they were given, like each apartment has. Then there was one for the car, one for his parents' house, and then one for. Was there one for the girl's house? No, that would have.
That had been covered in
Yeah,
the
so
crime
it
scene.
it should have just been four, I do believe. So
Wait, didn't he have two places to sleep?
no, he just had it was his apartment, and the search warrant for the apartment included the little storage area that he had, then his office that he had at the college, then the parents' house and the car. So it was just four, I believe. Trying to think where a fifth one would have came in at. See, apartment, office, the car, the parents' house. I think that would have been it. Yeah, the storage, because the storage locker came with the apartment. Like if you have an apartment there, you get your own little storage locker that's in another location. Um, so it was included. Oh, the parents' garbage. Well, no, they didn't have to have a warrant for the parents' garbage
No,
because that
it's
was a
in,
question that was asked, and
no, because it's out in the public.
yeah, because it was once it goes to the curb, it becomes public. Dieter, the only thing they had at the school was his office, but they had a warrant for his office, but it they didn't find anything. Uh, yeah, they would have needed one for the phone record, so that would have been the fifth one.
You're being a bad baby. You be good.
Okay, if they would have arrested him as he was pulling into a few days after arriving in Pennsylvania, they wouldn't have needed a warrant for his car either. So yeah, the phone records would have made the fifth warrant.
I think it's something's in the atmosphere or atmospheric pressure or the weather or something because even my dog's acting like a weirdo.
He just wants to play, Judy. That's all.
He does. He's been after me for like 5 hours.
He's just wanting to play. That's all.
But I've been playing with him.
Well, y'all heard Milo and his weirdness tonight. Like
Yeah.
he was being super extra tonight. Like
See, what he's doing on purpose is he's dropping his ball over the edge of the bed where he knows I have boxes.
Mm-hmm.
And he knows that I know he can't get him. So he has to bark at me because I'm not moving quick enough to go get his damn ball.
Oh. What kind of dog is it?
It's well, they call it a teddy bear. It's part Yorkie and part Maltese.
Oh, cool. So he's like little then.
He's 8 pounds.
Oh God, he's like tiny.
Oh no, I used to have 2-pound chihuahuas.
Oh my God, yeah, I can't have small dogs.
Why not?
I can't. I've always had big dogs my entire life. I've never been like a small dog person. My grandmother used to have poodles and I hated those things.
We used to have a Siberian Husky kennel. I've had Akitas, so I've had my fill of big dogs.
Big dogs, yeah.
But
I've always had big dogs.
Yeah.
Klaus, he's like 65 pounds. So he's, I think after him, though, I don't think I'm going to have any more dogs in the house. But 2 pounds scruffy hair chihuahua. Now, chihuahuas are cute.
Well, that's what I used to have was chihuahuas.
Yeah, I've never been a small dog person.
Well, I'll tell you, the chihuahuas are pack dogs, and they might be yappers to the person coming in the house and this, that, and the other thing. Mm-hmm. But you want somebody that's going to bark when somebody comes near you or comes in the house and, Christ, you'd think you had a 500-pound Brahma bull in there.
Oh.
But
let's see, then you would have hated Paris Hilton and all them. They always got them little bitty chihuahuas, and then they put them in I call it a purse, but it's like a little dog carrier thing.
You're just jealous because you can carry that dog in there, but you can't put your 65-pound dog in a purse.
No, I don't take my dogs places. No.
This dog here is so spoiled, I had to take him grocery shopping with me.
See, a lot
Because
of
he'll,
people do that, but
well, no, it's because I live in a high rise and I can't have a barking complaint. And
oh, see, yeah, you would have to take him with you.
so this dog is so spoiled. If I died, he'd have to come with me.
All right, so let me get to my next one on here. Let's see.
There he goes again.
He just needs you to get his toy.
Well, I know that. Here you go. Again.
Don't bleach
Aren't you
your hair,
tired
you
yet?
lose brain cells.
Aren't you tired yet? Lay down. Take a nappy nap.
All right, so it says Kohberger was accused of making female students feel uncomfortable. I do believe that, just by all the different things that we've heard about him. So it says in the weeks leading up to the murders, Kohberger also made multiple female students feel uncomfortable, per the New York Times, and they reported that his behavior to professors. Two sources told the publication that one of the incidents involved him following a woman to her car. However, the school did not find him guilty of any wrongdoing involving the women. So apparently, like, he follows this girl, a student, out to her car, no telling what he said to her. Um, it made her feel uncomfortable. I completely believe that. I mean, he's made people feel uncomfortable at bars, and the Tinder date felt uncomfortable with him and all that. Let's see. He was terminated from his TA job prior to his arrest. So, in the termination document obtained by the Times, Kohberger was removed from his position as a teaching assistant, cutting off his pay and saying that he had not made progress regarding professionalism. So, he was sent a formal letter stating that he had failed to meet the conditions required to maintain his funding under the program, and that's coming from three sources. Okay. Bluetooth could link Kohberger to murders. That's going to be interesting to hear about too in court. So it says that according to News Nation, Gonzalez had a Bluetooth speaker in her bedroom, and there may be evidence of Kohberger's phone connecting to the device. If Kohberger's phone tried to connect with that Bluetooth device, that's what all of our phones do. They're constantly trying to connect to whatever devices that are, whether they are in the Elantra, whether it's in her home. That would go towards placing Kohberger physically or his cell phone at the scene of the crime, Tracy Waters said on News Nation. Now, this would give more credence to his DNA sheet of being there, him potentially being spotted with the bushy eyebrows. And that really speaks to the totality of evidence, because now you have three things that physically put him there. L'Oreal, have a good night. So I'm curious to hear about the whole Bluetooth speaker being in Kaylee's room, because it was said that Kaylee had moved out and the only thing really that was still there was her bed. I think everything else she had was pretty much out of the house. So I wonder if that is the truth and all of her stuff was moved out. Why did she leave the Bluetooth speaker?
Maybe she sold it to one of the girls.
Well, I mean, they're saying it was in her room. So I don't know. I'm curious to hear about that. Okay. One of the survivors reportedly mistook Kohberger as a party guest. Now
Yeah,
the
unless he's got his
11th.
face blocked off.
Huh?
Unless he's got his face blocked off.
Oh,
You
you
know what I
talking
mean?
about?
If he's wearing a mask,
Mm-hmm.
it's not Halloween.
Right. Yeah, I don't understand why she didn't call if she sees a mask guy in her house. That still don't make no sense.
So I would have thought that to be sus as hell.
Mm-hmm.
But
Where did this comment go? Here it is. So, was there a party earlier? Okay, so not November the 12th, but November the 11th. Because the 12th into the 13th is when the murders happened. So it was on the night of the 11th. There was a party there. There's a bunch of pictures there. That is the same night I do believe that Kaylee went with Dylan as her plus one to a thing at the sorority, um, and all that. And there, like I said, there's a bunch of pictures of Dylan and Maddie and all of them. Dylan's got, I think, it's a black dress. Her and Maddie in a picture with black dresses on and all that. Most of Kaylee's bigger furniture was still in the house, maybe waiting to get moved or selling them locally. In public plus Wi-Fi. So I don't. Maybe they can place him there through this Bluetooth speaker. I don't know. All right, so this one here says a source exclusively told News Nation that one of the surviving witnesses named as DM in the affidavit thought that the man that she saw in the hallway was a party guest. The source, who claims to have spoken directly with DM, explains that she yelled about the noises that she heard during the killings because she thought it was a late night party. Allegedly, she first heard noises around 4 a.m. She opened her door, yelled, "Calm down, you're being loud, I'm trying to sleep." Per the source, she then closed her door, locked it. Later in the night, she heard more loud noises, so she opened the door again. But see, they keep saying later in the night, but how much later are they talking about? Because according to this affidavit, this all happened between 4 and 4:25. Technically, it would have been between 4:04 and 4:25 because, or 4:20 really, because they're saying that they seen the car go in the last time at 4:04 and came back out at 4:20.
but I'm sure they worded it later in the night to give. I mean, those statements were probably given real, right when the cops got there that day, the next morning.
Mm-hmm. That's what I'm saying, because whenever they put later in the night, it seems like if you tell me later in the night, I'm thinking an hour, 2 hours, where it should have been like, she opened her door at 4 o'clock, she yelled, locked her door, and then a few minutes later, she heard noises again. So she got up and looked again. Because the way
Well,
they're saying it, it's like it was like it happened over a several hour time span.
yes, but the more vague you are about it, the better off you are at first.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you went in and said, at 4 o'clock, I went and said something, and at 4:10, I heard them doing it again. So at 4:12, I went outside my door. I mean, lawyers will pick you apart on having such accuracy. Considering you had been out drinking the night before, you had disrupted sleep throughout the night, you're probably hungover. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So it's easier to say on the witness stand or during a depo, do you know when this happened? Yes. Do you know when that happened? Yes. How do you know? Well, I looked at my clock.
Mm-hmm.
I looked at my watch or whatever the case may be. Does this clock light up? I mean, they'll ask all kinds of crazy questions.
Oh, I know.
But if it'll all be sorted out then. So they better be saying the same thing, whatever it is.
Right. Yeah, because I mean, they're gonna compare what she says on the stand, if she does get on the stand, to what she has said about what has happened. They're gonna compare the two, and they're gonna, if there's anything is off or slightly different, they're gonna pick it apart.
Oh well, the defense is going to pick it apart,
Right.
but like I said, you don't want to get like, okay, here's a good, not to change the subject, but here's a good case. In the Trinity case,
Mm-hmm.
the aunt wrote that affidavit, and she kept saying that her boyfriend was right there beside her. Her boyfriend was right there beside her.
Right. Yeah, she gave him an alibi for everywhere he was that night. Hey, Valerie.
Exactly. But that
Hmm.
even anybody's gonna read that is gonna go, what the hell was she doing?
Oh, I even said that. I said I thought that she was trying to give him an alibi for everywhere that he was that night,
Right.
trying to keep him like she had eyes on him the whole time, so she
Right.
knows that it wasn't him that did something.
And even I think everybody agreed to that.
Hmm.
So you can't you made yourself come across looking a little bit suspicious here.
Right.
Okay. So there's an affidavit right there that's written the complete opposite. That's
Well,
way
the thing that Ashley wrote in Trinity's case was more because she didn't when she wrote all that, it really wasn't an affidavit. It was like her telling the events of that night. But then she gets down close to the end of it and she's like, uh, you know, when the autopsy comes out, we don't mind telling the truth and explaining what happened. But you literally just wrote a whole damn book of what happened that night. So is this a lie and you're going to tell the truth when the autopsy comes out?
right.
Or are you going to stick with this truth here that you're telling and you're going to wait for the autopsy to come out and you're going to pray that when the autopsy comes out that it's going to corroborate with what you're saying in this whole book that you just wrote? Because if that
Exactly.
when that autopsy would have came out, if there would have been anything that could have uh, got Logan, the boyfriend, in trouble, I think then they would have. That's what they meant by coming out and telling the truth. Because I think she knew something that Logan had something to do with what went on that night, but yet she writes that whole big long paragraph about what happened, and she's placing Logan everywhere with her. But where she messed up was, is that whenever they thought the house was on fire, and she jumps up and she runs in the living room, and she never says where Logan was at until she comes back in the bedroom and Logan's outside with Trinity, and she missed that part where she said she should have been like, well, I woke up and Logan was in the bed with me. But she never said if he was in a bed with her whenever she got up and ran into the
Well,
living room.
remember, you got another young lady there that's watching all this.
Hmm.
So I'm sure she was asked questions and asked to write up a synopsis of the evening.
Right.
Well, she couldn't say, I went and got the auntie because, if she's going to come out with, because my friend and this, whatever he was outside.
Hmm.
So you got to be careful there because it's not just you and him telling this story. There's a third person there
Right. And if
that
you
can,
remember, Ashley thought it was weird that this girl was crying because her friend was missing. Like she said she told the 911 people that her friend is here crying. I don't something's going on. That's weird her crying about it. Well, I mean, the girl was what, 16? Her friend is missing. She just did acid. She's acting erratic. There's nothing
well,
weird. Like, of course,
they're
your
going
girl's
to
going to be
play
upset.
down that because we'll just say that we'll just say there's no suspicion in this case. The only thing suspicious is the fact that this girl got into some acid. Toxicology came back that way. Now, who the hell had the acid?
Hmm.
Well, and whose pipe was it? Well, we know that's all the boyfriend, okay?
Right.
But the boyfriend owned that place. The boyfriend's drug operation was on that place.
Yeah, they had all them those grow fields out there all the way around it.
So, you know, it's just crazy on that case. I don't mean to pull you away from.
No,
I
you're
mean
good.
to steer you away from that other one at all.
Yeah,
I was
that was another crazy case. It
I
really
was just
was.
going to give you an analogy of both affidavits were written kind of sketchy, but You know, there's an old trick out there, and they say this. This is an old cop trick. If you use deadly use of force on somebody,
Mm-hmm.
the proper procedure is the first police officer that comes up to you is to take your gun away from you. Okay?
Uh-huh.
Just in case you kind of go crazy in the head because you just shot somebody.
Mm-hmm.
You can train for this all year for months, but that don't mean when you first time you shoot somebody that it don't get to you mentally. So the old trick is you cannot refuse to speak to your superior after discharging a firearm. So what the union used to say is the minute you discharge a firearm, ask to go to the ER. Tell them you're nervous and they'll give you a couple of volumes.
Mm-hmm.
Throughout all that going on, nobody can ask you any questions.
True.
And if you're on medication, they can't ask you any questions.
Right. Yeah. Can't be under the influence of anything.
So it gives the union guy a little bit extra time to get to that police officer. Okay?
Right. True.
So I would think, now, and I'm just guessing, my opinion only, to go back to the Idaho 4. Those two people in that house had to be traumatized.
Oh yeah, you're talking about Dylan and
I wouldn't be surprised if they were shaking so much they couldn't write what happened if they had a gun to their head. So what I'm thinking happened under something that traumatic would have been the police officer took down the statement that he was given,
mm-hmm.
sketched it up real quick, and asked them, read this, and if you agree this is what you said, sign it.
Okay.
So, in other words, it was put in the words of a police officer.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So, that being said, maybe that's why it was worded later in the night. Because you and I both agree that statement is a little bit broad.
Yes.
I mean, that's but maybe that's just the way the police officer wrote it. And then after a day or two of them collecting evidence and getting people removed and this, that, and the other thing, that's when they went back with these people, or within 24 hours, went back to these people and said, okay, now that you feel a little bit better and stuff, can we sit down and do this the right way? That could have happened too.
Yeah, they
No.
might not have talked to Dylan or Bethany on the 13th. Now, they did say that they talked to Jack Decor, which is, Kaylee's ex-boyfriend. They did interview him on November the 13th.
Now, these two in the building that were left behind, they lawyered up, right?
I don't know about Bethany. I'm sure she did, and that's why she's hadn't spoken. But it was said that Dylan did lawyer up her and her boyfriend. Now, I don't know why her boyfriend would need a lawyer up if he claims he's never even been to Moscow.
Oh, I don't know about why he'd lawyer up, but unless it was just simply because he didn't answer her phone calls. But I would have lawyered up too.
Well, yeah, I mean, you don't want to talk to the police no matter what without an attorney.
I wake up one day and find out that 4 people where I lived are no longer on this earth, and I'm a survivor.
Yeah, you for sure don't want to talk to the police without your attorney there.
You bet your Christmas presents that I don't want to talk to anybody,
Right.
especially if you don't know anything.
Well, it just for any reason. Like if she lawyered up, I get it. Why her or Bethany, either one lawyered up.
Oh,
But
I get it too, but
that's hey, lawnmower man. I mean, that's anybody should know that you don't talk to the police unless you got an attorney. So them lawyering up, I don't think is a big deal.
right. Unless you're Sammy. And then that's weird.
Oh God. Yeah.
But
Sammy's got a mama for an attorney, and she's still like she should have been. If anybody out there should have known not to talk to anybody without a lawyer, it should have been Sammy.
well,
She didn't care.
they needed to put somebody's names on the books real quick, and it needed to be a criminal lawyer.
Right.
Because you don't bring a ham sandwich to a gunfight. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, Sammy got up there. She told the cops what to do. Like, she just took the whole thing over. She's like, I am 18. I'm telling y'all what to do. Y'all are going to listen to me, and this is how it's going to be done.
Yeah, but you're 18 and you contributed to the delinquency of a minor.
Exactly.
Never mind. I'm not going there.
Well, even her mama knew that there was drinking going on.
They all knew, the whole
Yeah.
community. That's
And
what
they
they did.
didn't do one thing about it. I can't believe that.
The only way I would let my child go to a party like that is if I was sitting in the trees where I couldn't be seen in a lounge chair just watching this thing go down.
Oh, yeah, because my 16-year-old daughter for damn sure wouldn't have been going to a party like that.
But yeah, that's part two of this statement. But I'm thinking the normal graduation age is
18.
about 18.
Right.
Now, I'm one of those cases that I was 16 my entire senior year until January, and then I turned 17 and I graduated.
Mm-hmm.
I'm one of those strange cases too. But at 16, no, I wouldn't be sitting in no trees.
Yeah, that's just
No, her ass
understand.
wouldn't have been out of the house that night.
No. She wouldn't have.
And if she would have, and I didn't know about the party, the next day when the crap hit the fan,
Mm-hmm.
there would have been all hell to pay.
Yep. Especially when I found out that an 18-year-old gave my daughter alcohol and was the last one to see her.
And the best part is I asked, I think it was you, maybe, what's the California state law on driving? Because
I think it was the curfew was it 11? I think the curfew
and you
was
can't
11.
have people. I know in Vermont you can't have people riding in your car
Mm-hmm.
with a new driver's license.
And that might have been a rule out in California as well. I remember it's. I think she's supposed to be home by 11 o'clock.
But you can't be out after a certain time. 11 seems awful late, but that's neither here nor there.
Yeah.
And because I think here it's a lot earlier than that. You can't have somebody. I don't care if it's your brother or sister. If you say you're 16 and you got your driver's license and you wanted to take the car to school one day, and mom said, "Yeah, you can take my car," instead of riding the bus, you cannot ride your brother or sister in that car if you're driving.
Right.
So there's that. There's the fact alcohol. There's so much there that.
Yeah, that case there, I still watch, for something new coming out on that one, but
Well, I've been sleuthing that quite a bit, and I just got a feeling something's gonna break. You know,
I hope. I really do.
and I I really feel the way different crime channels are getting divided and conquered, and I still say Truckee has something to do with trying to get rid of the sleuthers.
Yeah, because they didn't want us sticking around. That's
No,
all
they
that
want
was.
this thing to go away.
Yeah, they didn't. They didn't like how social media was able to find the things out that they found out, and they didn't like that. That is basically a threat to them, to the people of Truckee. That's all
Yeah,
that is.
yeah.
All right, let me jump back over here on my thing now. Okay, so this one says that Kohberger was lingering around the university student union. I think I went over this too with y'all. According to three separate sources, Kohberger was lingering around the University of Idaho Student Union for weeks. Now, I only remember two sources that talked about this. A sophomore revealed to People magazine that she saw him drinking water at the food court of the student union as he sat alone. She said that he was the type to stare. He wouldn't look away if you called him staring, like he wanted you to notice that he was looking at you. That's just another control thing. That's all that is. He knows that he can stare at people and it makes them feel uncomfortable. Uh, so the student who was identified as Chelsea told the publication. Now he didn't smile, he didn't nod, he didn't say anything. He just stared. She said that she told her friend not to be suspicious, but look at him because the eye contact was making her uncomfortable. And Chelsea added that it was so weird that we ended up leaving and eating outside because we wanted to get away from him. See, me and my mouth, I'd have been like, dude, what the hell are you staring at? But they did what he wanted them to do. He stared at them. He knew that they saw him staring at them. He didn't back down, but he made them back down. He made them uncomfortable to the point that they moved. So he got them to do what he wanted them to do, and didn't even have to say a word to them.
These three women.
No. These are just stock pictures.
Okay.
Yeah, it was some students at the University of Idaho that he made do that. This one here says he allegedly harassed women at bars. Now, according to the owner of the Seven Sirens Brewery Company in Pennsylvania, Kohberger sat alone observing and watching patrons at the bar, and he even harassed women. Employees even put a note in the company system about him, and staff put it in there. Hey, this guy makes creepy comments. Keep an eye on him. He'll have two or three beers, and then it just gets a little too. He gets a little too comfortable," said owner Jordan Shrolnick. Uh, I just, yeah. Wait, little baby. I don't like people staring, and I would have to say something. I would
If
not
I
have
was
gotten up.
drinking at the time this was happening,
Oh,
oh hell no.
he would have got a bottle hurled at his head
Oh hell no.
if that had been the case. But
It would
just
have been
being
you could have taken bets on who would have gotten to him first, me or White Widow Baby.
if if he's sitting at the food court and all he's doing is drinking his water, and I'm there and I'm trying to eat or do whatever it is that I'm doing, and I catch this dude staring, I may look away the first time because I may be like, okay, well, it's just, he was just looking my way, same exact time I was looking. Um, but if I caught him staring and then he didn't look away from me, I would just straight up ask him, what are you staring at? Like, why are you staring at me? Do you need a picture? Uh, like, can you look somewhere? I would have said something. I would not have gotten up and moved. But he did that to those girls. That was a control thing for him. Without saying a word, he made those girls get up and move.
Now see, like in that picture you said it was a stock picture.
This one right here?
The the one that where there was three girls sitting in at a table.
Yeah, that was this one right here.
Okay, if you're looking over and you're laughing with each other because this guy, if you're looking at that picture, so if you point at yourself,
Hmm.
that's where he's looking from.
Right.
All that girl in the black sweater had to do, or the blonde haired girl, was move their chair over, putting their back to the guy that was staring, blocking the vision of the from the other two girls being uncomfortable, and you'd have taken the toy away.
I wouldn't have even done that. I'm telling you, I would have asked him, "Why are you looking at me?"
Well, that's that. I said if I wasn't drinking. If I'm drinking, it's a whole different outcome.
That is true.
Because I don't like people picking on people that I'm with.
No.
I just I didn't go out to have a drink with my girlfriends or something to feel uncomfortable. You know?
Right.
So either you need to go or I need to go. But if you're telling me I gotta go and I'm drinking alcohol and this is a bar and your butt's drinking water, I think we need to talk about this a minute.
Well, see, at this time, when he was drinking the water, that's when he was at the college. He was at the food court, and
Oh,
that's where he made the girls uh, made them feel uncomfortable, and so they got up and moved outside. When he was at the bar in Pennsylvania, that's where he would have like two or three beer, and then he would get. They said he would get to feeling comfortable there, and then he would make the female customers there feel uncomfortable. He would say stuff, ask them who they're there with, where do they live at, and all this and that. This and that. Ended up calling one of them a bitch and everything else. And so that's when the owner had to say something to him, and then Brian was like, "I don't know what you're talking about," and then turned around and walked out. And the owner said he hadn't been back since.
I don't know what you're talking about. People, I touch people. I don't know what
I
you're talking about.
I didn't touch you. What are you talking about?
You
You know,
know,
it's like,
this guy was a ticking time bomb for something somewhere.
and see, that's what probably would have happened if one of those girls would have been like, "What are you staring at?" He'd have been like, "I'm not staring at you." Like, you probably literally could have taken a picture of this dude staring straight at you, showed it to him, he'd be like, "I wasn't staring at you." Like, he does shit and then he don't take accountability for it. That's just like these murders. He's probably told his attorney, "I didn't do it." You know.
You know, I'm going to tell you something. It they was it where was it that they had a little thing on campus? Was it at the food court or something? They had a little something something on canvas on campus after this happened.
They had a vigil at the Kibble Dome there on the
Okay,
campus.
and he went to that, correct?
Uh, I don't know because there was several different guys that was there that looked like him. One of the guys that everybody thought was him turned out not to be him. Um, there was another guy that was spotted there, but I don't know if it was ever proven that it was him or not.
Okay, now wait, wait.
Hmm.
When did this thing occur in conjunction with? See,
Oh, what night was
see,
that?
what's this is real weird because if you just listen to everything you just said,
Hmm.
um, how would they know that he was the guy they were looking at?
Well, after he got arrested and his picture came out, that's when people went back looking through the pictures of the vigil and went to seeing if they could find him in the pictures. But I forgot what night. Was it the 30th of November when they had the vigil at the Kibble Dome? Does anybody
I don't know.
remember? I think it was November the 30th because
But
it
you
was
get what I'm trying
after.
to say.
Yeah, but that's what they were doing. Once he was arrested, everybody was going back through the video footage, and the all the pictures that had been posted from that night, and just seeing if they could find out if he was there.
Yeah, but then everybody starts talking and saying he was creepy. I mean, Jesus, if he was that creepy, you should have spoken up before then.
Right.
I mean, really. Because see, that's why I wondered. Did they know? Were they just saying that he was just the weirdo, and they reported that in, and that also helped the police, or was it just people going after the fact, looking and seeing and?
Yeah, I think they were just going through everything just to see if they could find him in the crowd, because there was, I don't know, probably 1,000 people there, maybe more. Uh, and so they were just like going through all, because a lot of people had taken video footage from that night. A lot of people had taken um, pictures and everything. Even the cops were up at the top of the up in the seats or whatever at the top of the dome, was looking down with binoculars, looking through the crowd. I'm wondering if at that point they had his picture already based off of what we know, like his name was brought up not long after the murders. I wonder if they already had his name and already had what he looked like, and they were looking for him just to see if he showed up. I mean, obviously they couldn't have arrested him for anything at that time, but maybe they were just looking to see if he was there.
Well, the uniform police would have been way up in the dome, so
Yeah,
as to
yeah. There
not call
was
attention. But the FBI
they
street
probably.
dress
Oh yeah, they
uh,
were down in the crowd.
cops, they had to be working that crowd.
Yeah, they were. Yeah, they were all in regular clothes,
Yeah,
down in the crowd. But yeah, the Moscow Police Department, and even the police chief, he was up in the top of the dome. They were up there watching.
yeah, they were all
See.
talking to each other.
Right.
But the people in street clothes had
Mm-hmm.
headsets in, and the people up in the dome were going off radio.
Right. Okay.
Yeah,
Let
there was
me.
probably a few sharpshooters up there too.
All right. So this one says Kernodle reportedly fought back. This once again. Thank you, Sifa. This once again comes from sources recently told News Nation that Kaylee Gonzalez and Madison Mogan were killed first, then Ethan Chapin and Xana Cornodal were killed on the second floor afterwards. They added that Chapin was killed in the doorway of Cornodal's room and added that Cornodal fought back, and they claimed that she grabbed a knife from the suspect, suffering deep cuts to her fingers. Um, let's see. Kohberger applied for an internship with the police. So, according to the Pullman Police, Kohberger applied for the internship in the fall of 2022. He wrote an essay saying that he wanted to help rural law enforcement agencies with how to better collect and analyze technological data in the public safety operations. And that was according to some court documents. Let's see. He allegedly slid into one of the girl's DMs several times. So let's see. An investigative source has told People magazine that an Instagram account believed to belong to Kohberger started sending one of the victim's messages in late October, but she never responded. He slid into one of the girl's DMs several times, but she didn't respond, the anonymous source says. Basically, it was just him saying, "Hey, how are you?" But he did it again and again. They added, she may not have seen them because they went into message requests. We're still trying to determine how aware the victims were of his existence. While there was no indication that he was getting frustrated with her lack of response, the source added, he was definitely persistent. Let's see. I think I talked about this one too, about his DNA was already out. Like he had did one of those genetic things. He had told one of his neighbors that. So Kohberger had reportedly submitted his DNA for genetic testing, according to the WSU graduate student living in the apartment complex, an anonymous source told the Idaho Statesman. He talked about his ancestors. The 30-year-old neighbor said he had some sort of DNA test. I don't know how he got to that point. It was just interesting to him. Yeah, y'all, I'm almost done with this. And once I'm done with this, I'm going to close it down for the night. So if y'all haven't done so, please jump over and hit that thumbs up real quick. What is this one? Police found a reddish brown stain in Kohberger's apartment. So this week, the search warrant was unsealed, with investigators stating that they believe the evidence was in Kohberger's apartment, including blood or other bodily fluid or human tissue or skin cells, or items which with blood or fluid on them, stabbing weapons including a sword, and trace evidence including DNA and hair, whether human or animal or dog. They ended up seizing many items, including one nitrate-type glove, the dust container from a vacuum cleaner, 13 possible hair strands, one of which may belong to an animal, a fire TV stick, and a pillow with a reddish-brown stain, and a computer tower. Let's see. Kohberger reportedly had delusions of grandeur and crazy thoughts. I think
You
this is
think?
I think this is probably from his Tappa Talk thing that he had.
I'm going to step down, hun, because you're going to wind this up.
Okay.
And it was nice talking to you. I don't know if you're the peanut butter or if you're the jelly, but either way, I'll talk to you another time.
Okay. Thank you for coming up. I hope you have a wonderful night.
You too.
All right. Thank
All
you.
right. Good night, everybody.
Let's see. The visual snow gave him special powers. Dietrich, he thought they were special powers. See you two. Have a wonderful night. Okay, y'all, I'm just about done with this real quick. It says the New York Times claims that Kohberger allegedly posted on an online message board when he was younger, convinced that he suffered from visual snow syndrome. Now, he was never like officially diagnosed with visual snow from a doctor. He's basically self-diagnosed. This dude may not even have visual snow, y'all. Okay, so it's a disorder that causes someone to see static. He reportedly used the username XR and posted between November the 6th of 2009 to February 20, 2012. So while Kohberger was a teenager, he allegedly made 118 posts on the forum under the name XR. I have VS or visual snow since September 21st of 2009. Since then, I have changed mainly from the anxiety and the sense of derealization and hopelessness. He supposedly wrote in January 2011, I had become very deep and determined on goals. It made me smarter, he said about the benefits of the visual snow syndrome in April of 2011. Okay. All right. Oh, wait, what is it? Oh, he was an insomniac. So one of his neighbors, Angela, told the Insider that Kohberger was an insomniac, saying that he kept him up at night by pacing and intermittently running his garbage disposal. I wonder whenever they searched his apartment, if they searched the garbage disposal. Judy, you have a wonderful night. Dietrich, he did. Wait, let me go back up. I have VS visual snow since September the 21st of 2009. Since then, I have changed mainly from the anxiety and the sense of derealization and hopelessness. He supposedly wrote in January 2011, I have became very deep and determined on goals. It made me smarter, he said about the benefits of visual snow syndrome. Just saying, have a good night. So yeah, he thinks that the visual snow made him smarter. All right, so this says about him running his garbage disposal sometimes until 4 a.m. She considered having words with him, but opted against it and hoping that he would be equally gracious if her crying children ever kept him awake. I hope that they check the garbage disposal. Shannon, have a good night. All right, and then this is the last one. He said that it says that he likely acted alone. Devin Levin, a former assistant district attorney in the Manhattan DA's office and attorney at Levin and Associates, debunked rumors that Kohberger had a partner in crime after his attorney. According to Levin, Ann Taylor filed a discovery request in the case, asking the judge to order the prosecution to hand over all discovery in the case within 14 days, including statements of co-defendant. Any written or recorded statements by a co-defendant and the substance of any relevant oral statement made by a co-defendant, whether before or after an arrest in response to interrogation by any person known to be a co-defendant, to be a peace officer or agent of the prosecuting attorney, or which are otherwise relevant to the case or to the offense charged. The filing reads, per Levin, this was just a procedure. Those are just standard requests as a part of the defense's discovery request, he told The Independent, which is true. I did look up that ICR code, and basically she just took that code straight out of the book and put it into her request verbatim. All right, y'all. So that was the last one on that. Hold on, I gotta get all this stuff off of my page here so I can see. So yeah, some of those, most of them we've already heard of. Y'all might have heard of all of them. I think there was like one or two that I hadn't heard of, or if I did, I didn't remember. Cassie, thank you. See, my son's father has OCD, but I still live with him. It's hard. Yeah, some people with OCD, it can be hard to deal with. All right, y'all, I'm fixing to go ahead and end it here for the night. I need to finish eating so I can go to bed. Thank you all for coming and hanging out with us tonight. If y'all haven't done so, please sub up. If you are subbed, it shows we got like 270 people watching. I know that there's not 270 people in chat, but just everybody who's watching, if you haven't subbed up, please sub up and come hang out with us in the chat. We'd love to have you. If you are subbed, we'd love to have y'all in the chat as well. The more in the chat, the better the conversation. See, I know people hate being OCD too. My son is. He is just, there's certain things that's worse than other things. So also, if y'all haven't done so, please hit that thumbs up on your way out. So I'm fixing to get out of here. I got to finish eating, y'all. My chicken wings are getting cold. I love you all. I hope you all have a wonderful night. I will talk to y'all next time. Hey, sweet Melissa, how are you? Sweet dreams all. I've been listening on TV. Well, sweet dreams to you as well, Melissa. All right, y'all. I'm out. Have a good night, and I will talk to y'all later.